Welcome, Raiders. Oh god, the cameras are all fucked up. Hold on, we gotta fix this shit. But welcome in, and yes, we just lay down the vulgar communication in here just right off the bat. Let's see, these cameras are all in the wrong spots. I'm not even visible. Oh god, the map! Let's see. Let's put Pippin in his place.
Hey, no.
Nobody puts Pippin in the corner.
Aramil needs to go in Aramil's box.
Pippin's allowed in the corner. Can't put Leo in the corner.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't want to put Leo in the corner.
Nobody puts Leo in the corner.
Nobody puts Leo in the corner. No, stop it. I'm terrible at streaming. For all you Raiders hanging out with us, I'm terrible at streaming. And this is what happens when you're really bad at things. It's just everywhere. Oh my gosh, Grask is full Grask. There I am. Oh.
Leo, drink down your gin and kerosene.
What?
Gin and kerosene. Ooh. Alright, so we're going to fix all this stuff. While we're doing that, we can talk about some of the things we've got going on right now. Chris, what are you doing when we hit 1,000 followers?
I will be purchasing a legendary bundle for one of our random subscribers.
Right here. On.
You have to be a subscriber to the channel to get it.
We can't do that, actually.
Can't? Oh,
No, it is considered gambling. Because people are paying to... Yep, because people are paying to subscribe to win a prize. So we can give it away to followers, but we cannot just give it away. We cannot only give it to people who subscribe. Unfortunately.
Alright, well, I'll give it to a random follower, and but you should still totally subscribe, or else Grask will cry.
You should still totally subscribe. That's true.
Well, if you don't subscribe, we'll never get to the 1,000, so...
It's true. We get more coverage.
And
Yes.
most subscribers
Anyway, yes.
followers.
Free legendary bundle for one random follower when we hit 1,000 subscribers.
Ooh.
Why is it not
Thanks, Emmy.
rolling damage?
I don't know.
Try this. There we go. Now it is. And I only ever use this shit one-handed, so let's...
Where's Long Paws? You can't find Long Paws on the
kittens.
cameras. There. Oh, we got all the kittenins.
It's kittens.
We need
kittens.
we need Kitten Cam.
This is Kitten Cam.
I know. I need to get you on Kitten Cam. It's
Perfect.
What, you want me on the cam?
no. I was fixing the camera so that we can have the. There we
Let's
go.
make sure that's working. Perfect.
There it is. Perfect shot of kittens in Long Paw's location. Every time we hit 50 subscribers, we give away a set of dice, care of our sponsor, FarboCard.com. We are at 20 right now. We already gave away one set for the month of December. We're looking to give away our second set before Christmas, which is coming up. And currently, Emmy is the top gifter with 25 gifted subs this month, followed by David with 14. And Mike has 6. So, yeah, if you give away some subs, you might get yourself, or whenever we get to 50 subs, we'll give away dice to one of our followers. One lucky follower. Let's get Foundry up there. On there. And I need to change the overlay setting, which I should have done before we got live, but oh well. Emmy is super generous with gifting subs. She's the best. Emmy's,
Yep.
Yeah, nobody's ever gifted as many subs as Emmy.
You've gifted more. Stop it. Like, I don't appreciate you. Like, you haven't been super appreciated. How many... Get the hell out of here. You have 2 characters in this game right now. God.
I do.
What more do you want?
One of them might die.
They
Yeah.
won't die. You might just break his docent. Okay, you might kill him too.
Yeah,
That's
don't
true.
underestimate our ability to screw up.
I better get quiet. I think I'm too loud.
So
I'm probably
even
too
if we
loud.
kill him, he won't die, is what Mark just said.
Even if you kill him, he will not die. He is
It will
killably
become
killable.
stronger than we could ever possibly imagine.
Shh.
So,
Don't anger the mouse.
That was not a quote by anything owned by anyone anywhere ever.
Oh, but it's
End of
fair
story.
use.
You're fair use.
Yeah. Hey, don't give away my secrets like that, bro.
Sorry. No death. This is the comfort stream. Yeah. No death here. No one ever dies in this game.
This is the comfort stream.
This is the comfort
Fair
stream.
use.
Hey, I take pride in us being the snug stream, so let's.
It is. It's the Saturday morning cartoon of streams. It really is. It really, really is. So yeah.
We just turned it into a game of operation for this session.
The only other thing that we have going on right now is if you head over to our Discord server, we have a contest for drawing one of our NPCs named Sharp-Eyed, who is in our Tuesday day game. If you want to check out all the information on that, you can go to our Discord server, go into the announcements page, and there's an entire series of posts with the information on the character and on what you could win and all of that. There are a bunch of prizes. The top one is that you can win a Hero Forge mini of your art, and your art will become the official art for the token for that NPC. So head over there and maybe pop in a submission. It does go until the end of this month, so sometime around next week we will be finishing that up, and then the final winners will be announced on our Nights After Dark program, the kind of rap stream that we do. Let's see. Other than that, I do want to thank our followers and our viewers and our subscribers. It is coming up on the end of the year. January 4th will be our 10-month anniversary of streaming D&D games in Oregon. And the only reason we get to do this is because of all of you out there who subscribe and are follow the channel and give us your support. We need you. I need you. I've been doing this since COVID took my job away. And unless we keep growing, then, we may have to, this will only last as long as you continue to support us. I will say it that way. I'm super grateful for it. If you don't know, we do have a Patreon. I have a Patreon where you can go and give support, and I release notes on my games. I have recently started releasing rough drafts of parts of the Adventurer's Guide to Oregon that I'm hoping to get published as we continue to grow the world and the setting. COVID has both been awful and also provided me the opportunity to try and do my dream job, which is making D&D content. So it's been a double-edged sword of awfulness and opportunities. And I have gotten to experience the truly humbling generosity of everyone who is a part of our community. You guys are amazing. It's been a hell of a ride so far. I hope it keeps going. So consider throwing your support behind us.
If you do start letting us spend channel points to create magic items, can we have a double-edged sword named Rona that does poison damage?
Oh God.
Rona, canceller of jobs.
Jeez.
By wielding it, you lose class levels.
Oh, stop. Without further ado, why don't I let this crazy bunch introduce their characters to you? You want to get us started?
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Gage, and I'm a lot shinier than I normally am. I am playing Pippin, the lovable pragmatic leader of ARC. Pippin has never really been a winner in life, and even his greatest achievement, the sentient black pudding Bubbles, was an accident. Being a failed merchant in life, trying to sell petty potions, has sucked all the hope of being a successful alchemist out of Pippin. But one day he found the advertisement for a new life for himself and for Bubbles. So, will Pippin become a successful alchemist and fulfill his dream by having mass-produced bubble potions in every household? Or will he end up an abandoned, ghostly bachelor like his grandfather? Who knows?
My name is Pat, and I will be playing Sir Bowie the Bodacious this evening. Sir Bowie is a well-intentioned, loving, kind, energetic, and perhaps a little too enthusiastic. He struggled in school, opting instead to prefer the natural beauty of the world. Despite not being born in the Feywilds, he longs to spend time there and experience the carefree and jovial nature of normal satyr life. Bowie is at a crossroads. Live a carefree, irresponsible, and unproductive life, or suck it up and work for the man. But perhaps, through Salasana, there is another way.
Pat, you don't have
Yes.
your usual Bowie background on, by the way.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm fucking John right now. What a
Don't-
downer, man.
You're not the only
Very
one, I
intense.
think, if you look in the Not Safe for Work channel. Leo.
Wait,
David,
what did you say?
Nothing.
You heard nothing.
I said nothing.
Not on Ark. Nope.
David?
Hi, I'm David. I play Leopold, a cleric of Thormodon, a disinherited nobleman, an adventurer by trade, a son and a brother. And for many long centuries, nothing more than a chunk of petrified rock. Discovered and restored to life by the Artifact Recovery Corporation operating out of Ironstone Hall, Leopold was returned to a world very different from the one that he knew. The Volcarian Empire had collapsed, and his family line was extinct. But surely there must be some purpose behind his being here, some part for him to play in Thormodon's grand design. To that end, Leopold has joined the Ark franchise based out of Deerbluff, to make use of the skills that he possesses, to make new friends in this unfamiliar world, and to hopefully return to the station in life to which he had been accustomed.
Hi, my name is also Gage, and I will be playing Aramil, the 16-year-old high elf rogue. Aramil of Geneva is the only child of Enna and Varus, a high elf couple who make a living weaving clothes and other textiles. And everything was great until a stuffy nobleman by the name of Baron Talrus set up a rival business focused on pumping out cheap, boring clothes with his assembly line of workers. He's been buying out his rivals and is now closing in on Enna and Varus' home/business, as if driving them into poverty due to his practice wasn't enough. Aramil, being young and a bit of a troublemaker, heard of the Artifact Recovery Corporation from a flyer in Geneva, and was enthralled with the possibility of bringing back a wagon load of gold to his mother and father to bring them out of squalor. And maybe even flip the tables on old Baron Talrist.
Hello, I'm Tagori. I play Long Paws. An oddball Goliath. From a different kind of oddball Goliath tribe. Yeah, cursed with social anxiety. Yeah, she, puts up with the people because you have to get money, buy books to avoid people. She's a thing for furballs, as you may have noticed.
Yeah, they're everywhere.
She also has some odd talents, like the ability to knit without looking at what she's doing. At least some people find that impressive.
That is
That
kind
is
of
kind
impressive.
of impressive.
Not gonna lie, that's pretty impressive.
And yeah, but yeah, she needs money, so she found a job, and she found weirdos. Fortunately, weirdos are kind of okay because she's one too. So, and she got a cat out of it, a really awesome cat. So,
The
want to know anything
awesomest
else?
cat.
Read the description, because nah, that's it.
It's time. The entry music starts playing, and then, out of nowhere,
And I am Gresk Husker, wrestler legend extraordinaire, and one of two most recent additions. Actually, we have a new guy too now. I think he's some sort of robot. Nobody's really being that Anyway, thinking for a long time hurts Grace's brain, so he's just going to go with the flow and see where it goes.
And I am your Dungeon Master for this evening, although every time we start up this stream, it feels like a Saturday morning. The last time we left off, they continued to explore the cabin and the labyrinthine workshop of one Klaus Nickel Keycutter, a long-forgotten artificer of maybe some renown back several thousand years ago. Having found this place, a couple of bumbling events occurred the last time we left off. In desperate need of a time of rest, Bowie had rushed back up into the cabin ahead of the party in order to gather some food and get that prepared for his friends so that they can rest and relax for another day of exploration. In the process, he went hunting but didn't want to kill anything, so he called upon his god to provide him with food, and in the process found a whole bunch of elk, a strange barn with 8 stables, and a fur-lined bag of holding in a storeroom filled with food, including a barrel of oranges. He then slid down a set of stairs that turned into a slide by a lever and discovered about a dozen clock gnomes, a group of clockwork artifice gnome workmen that he got to wind each other up and start rebuilding the clockwork toys that were left in this workshop, and then went back to make food. In the meantime, the rest of the party had wandered their way back up to the cabin where they began to rest. All except Grask, who, in looking for Bowie, ended up falling down the same path and finding his way back into the cabin the long way around. He did have a loving moment with the outhouse door before doing that.
Oh, baby. You know I could never leave you.
I'm sorry.
Just a promise for later.
Having returned and rested and ate well, they did discover a long-lost, undelivered parcel within the fur-lined bag of holding, which Bowie and several other members of the party are intent needs to be delivered. The following morning, a stranger showed up at the cabin, one Warforged named Century, and was looking for the great-great-great-great-great-great-granddaughter of Klaus Nickel Keycutter, who he knew as Captain Sylvia Nickel Keycutter. This being the client which provided Ark with the job, they knew where she could be found, but in asking why he was looking for her, they think they could take care of what he needed on their own. Having a piece of the nexus that once connected the Warforged legions of Oridon, he was seeking out his former artificer to have it installed. But the Ark crew volunteered to do it for him with the help of Bernard, the sentient AI of the workshop, which is actually just a semi-lich, a reformed demi-lich who is in the process of trying to convince them that or maybe convince himself, that he is no longer hungry for souls. And so they've dragged Century down into the laboratory of Klaus and are about to attempt to perform surgery upon their newly met Warforged intruder.
Well, don't call him an intruder. That sounds so rude.
We're intruders.
We were invited.
We were given keys.
You were given keys.
Okay, that's true.
You are
To varying degrees of success.
Yes.
No,
When they're used,
varying degrees of success.
You've had much more success in this place when using the keys than when not using the keys.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't. But Pippin sure does.
Oh.
You're in a room with a Dr. Frankenstein-esque feel to it, only a little bit more cheery. There is a table that raises and lowers from the ceiling. There are conduits and hydraulic pipes in this room. Bernard sits in a jar that is connected to the copper tubing that goes throughout this room, and he is grinning in his skull-like way as he looks down upon what is about to happen. Every tool you could possibly need is here, as well as a pattern press for pumping out metallic parts, and a small forge for melting, for metallurgy and some smithing. The room is covered in half-finished diagrams and various clockwork parts. And as you stand here over this lying form, Sentry, you'll need to go into... Well, Sentry, will you be at rest, or will you be conscious for this procedure? You're muted.
Muted.
Of course I am. Because of course I am.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, I will be conscious for this procedure.
And giving active feedback
Yes.
as much as he can.
Yes.
Anyway. It's like haptic
Yes, I
feedback.
will. I was about to say, he'll...
Well, if we're playing Operation, it literally is haptic feedback. Like, quite literally.
Haptic or hectic? They're both applicable here.
He'll
Hectic.
buzz, and his nose, his eye will light up, and he'll buzz if you touch the raw, and touch the sides.
Okay. Sorry.
All right, folks. Here's how this is gonna work.
Oh boy.
It's
First and
tense.
foremost, let's I'm gonna center your camera a little bit here, Chris. Make sure you're
Sounds good.
as visible as possible on the Twitch there. All right, so here's what we need to do. This is going to be a skill challenge. You'll need a certain number of successes before failures to achieve what you are attempting. Every time you fail, it will create. There will be some kind of a. There will be some kind of consequence. Once you hit 3 failures, the ultimate consequence is that you have, in some way, made it impossible to install this item into Sentry. You can describe... I will go in order of characters, and you can describe what skill you're using, or it doesn't have to be a skill or action you are taking that you think will aid in this endeavor. I will then tell you what to roll. You can describe what you're doing and we can figure out together what the appropriate roll would be. Once you do, we will determine if it is a success or failure, and then we will continue on from person to person. So you have a little bit of narrative room to describe what you're doing. Emmy says if someone does something super, super creative, she'll gift 5 more subs, which will put us at halfway to a set of dice for someone. All right, we're just going to go in order.
Age.
Considering that this is an artificer's workshop and you've been around those a little bit, and that the rest of the party seems to be relying on you both as the leader and the leading expert on artificery. You have the opportunity to go first, Pippin. Pippin, this is not your area of expertise. You're an alchemist.
No,
but
it is not.
For some reason, they keep shoving tools in your face, shoving artifacts in your face, saying, you should know what this is.
I actually had a suggestion for something Leopold would probably want to do that would be at the start.
Okay.
And that is that Leopold would step up to Century when Century gets up on the table and makes it clear that he intends to be awake for the procedure. And that's just to explain to him I think that is a good idea. It will help us to be able to receive feedback from you while we're in the process. There is a spell that I could apply. It's called Calm Emotions. It will not have an entirely anesthetic effect. You will still be able to feel the work that Pippin is doing, but it will perhaps help you to remain centered and focused. I would not apply it without your consent.
Do what you feel. Do what you feel is correct.
Okay, then it will just take one moment. And Leopold's going to move around to check with Pippin and be going through the process of starting to cast the spell and just lean down and whisper to Pippin as well. I can apply it to the pair of us as well to help us keep our nerves under control. Again, I wouldn't do so without your consent.
I would really appreciate that. Yes, thank you.
As Leopold's going to
Look at my hands, and they're like this right now.
over this section of the room, and all three of us can choose to fail the save so that we will have less anxiety.
At the same time, before noticing the handshaking, Sentry is going to, his eye's going to change from blue to green for a second, and he's going to cast a second level false life on himself.
Okay. All right.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
If we... never mind. So
In
I
that
figured...
Do we need to save against calm emotions?
No, he
You
said
can
you can
choose
choose
to
to
fail.
fail.
But I think it's only affecting Sentry, Pippin, and...
It's a 20 square, so it's in the sort of bottom half of the room.
Okay, that's fine. I didn't know if I needed to try to save against it. I have advantage and +9, so
Probably be fine.
I'm probably okay.
I'm trying to
think
protect up in found.
Long
It's
Pulse just wants to look at all the stuff because she thinks this is a puzzle.
Kind of is.
Yeah. I want to trace all the wires and everything. Or whatever.
Okay.
Figure out how it works.
Well,
I
let's,
will fail.
Let's let Pippin get the whole
let's go
procedure
one
started.
we're going to go one at a time, and I'm going to go through what everybody's doing.
Yes.
Okay, so I imagine Pippin is going to be handling the the Nexus, the chunk of the Nexus.
Mm-hmm.
So as I'm placing it down in Sentry, I imagine it's my first time putting a processor inside of my computer. I was super nervous because I knew if I touched the inside of it, it was ruined. So it's kind of like that moment. But
Pins, yeah. Oh.
I want to ask if I could use my clockwork amulet to kind of guide my hands into it.
Yes.
I know that's a reach, but okay.
No, you could do that. Because your clockwork amulet just gives you a 10, doesn't it? Isn't that what it does?
Yeah.
So what skill are you using?
I guess just Tinker Tools.
Okay. So yeah, you just get a 10. What's your total with an?
It's a +9.
Okay, so it's a 19. Yeah. So you allow your clockwork amulet to and the calm emotions to take over your movements. Your hands stop shaking, they become steady, and you slowly, in rhythm with your clockwork amulet, place this piece of like silver wrapped crystal into the position that it seems to fit into within Sentry's chest, applying it to the site. That is a success.
So, Bowie, seeing that the procedure is done.
Well, it's
is
in
going
there.
to-
It's not done.
Well,
It's
has
in there.
has started, right?
Right.
I'm going to pick up. I'm gonna use athletics to pick up one of the clockwork gnomes, like put him on my shoulders, and then he can like use my horns to drive my head to point me towards tools that Pippin will need.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes. The next time that Pippin has to make a tool check, he will have the help action from Bowie being...
Okay, so I don't need to roll anything?
No, you're providing, you and the clockwork gnome is steering you towards the proper tools to
It's
stand
like-
to Pippin as he needs them.
It's like that one movie with the mouse and the chef.
And as a bonus action, I would like to cast Shield of Faith on Century. So that like if there's like a slip, he doesn't like die.
Understood.
And then, Mark, I know it's not my turn, but quick question. I think, did you say, like, we have these two gnomes, and they can grant us the help action whenever, or...
The gnomes are there to aid you and assist you. Okay. So, yeah, you can utilize one of the two gnomes to grant the help action, and Bernard can be used to grant the help action on like knowledge-based skills.
Okay.
Leo, what are you doing? Well, you calmed emotions. That's what your part was. Long pause. You said you're trying to trace the wiring inside of Century.
I'm assuming that we need to actually hook this in, like you do with most other things. So, tracing wires and stuff is a giant puzzle, and puzzles are fun.
Yes. Let's see. I think this would be... I don't know if it would just be straight intelligence or if it would be perception.
Or investigation.
Or investigation. You can use investigation for this. I will say that this is an investigation-worthy skill.
Be nice. You don't give me a good roll and then not put it in the thing. That's bad. That's bad.
So you're very tech savvy because you're yelling at your computer, so that means you know what you're doing.
Percussive maintenance. Hello.
Hey,
Is that
it
a
is
thing?
a well-known thing. Actually, it is.
Yeah.
That's
Taking
awesome.
the machine for some machines actually makes it work.
I've done that to our
what did
Usually
you-
not the new ones. Usually it's the old ones.
What was your roll, Tig?
27. But I'll try again.
Okay.
23.
23's not
23.
bad.
Okay.
Ooh, can Grask help her and give her inspiration? Because he doesn't really have anything to contribute.
You're just helping her trace wires? No, you already
Yeah.
pointed to this one.
Yeah. So we follow green, yes? We follow green. Green is for over here. Yeah.
You're
Yes.
sure you're not colorblind, Grask, right?
Oh, Dukes.
I just want to be sure before I
Yes,
trust
I
you.
am red, yes? I
Yes.
see red.
So long pause.
Sorta
You get to roll again just to see if you get a higher number
Sure, why not?
because he's giving you advantage through the help action.
Cool.
There you go.
Grask is very helpful.
So far, so good. You now have a wiring diagram of inside of Century. Aramil?
Okay. So I do have a question about how... So when we met Century, was this Dosen just kind of dangling out of a hole in his chest?
No,
or...
he had opened up his chest panel and just kind of shoved it in there for now. So
Okay.
yeah. Pippin has successfully realigned it to the spot where it's supposed to be, rather than it just like hanging out inside his chest cavity.
Gotcha. Okay. So I'm actually going to play off of. I'm going to have one of the gnomes help me, unless anyone else had a plan for that gnome.
No, go ahead. It's the start of a new round after you're done. Everybody else is gone.
Okay.
These rounds are like more like 2-minute rounds as opposed to like 6-second rounds, right? Because it's a.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm nervous. I'll have the gnome help me. And playing off, you said there's like kind of like a press in here to like make metal parts.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm about to ask a lot of questions just because I want to make sure that what I'm doing makes sense and it's just not like a waste of a turn.
Sure.
Is there like an obvious slot in Sentry's chest panel for this docent?
I mean, yes. This is an object that was built with Warforged in mind, and Warforged were built with this object in mind, right? It's not like you're installing something that's not supposed to be there.
It's going into a pre-built expansion slot.
Yes.
Okay. I've built computers. I know what that means. Okay. So my thought is using not necessarily my actual Weaver's tools, but my experience with Weaver's tools to try and, I don't know, get some wire or something to effectively weave the wires into the right place and get them all hooked up properly.
Okay, so you mind if I chime in here for a second?
Go for it.
So, okay, little background. I fix appliances for a living. This is basically an appliance. So what you're doing is he's using his skills at weaving to make sure that all of the harnesses are connected securely and in the right spot.
Right.
That.
Yes. I will allow this. Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead and give me a Weaver's tool roll.
With advantage from the gnome?
With it. The gnome is not proficient in Weaver's tools, so I don't know that he can give you advantage in this situation.
I will burn my inspiration to give myself advantage.
Understood.
Like, if
remember, you don't have to declare that until after you make the initial roll.
Right.
When it comes to inspiration, okay? You can make the roll, and then when you see the roll, but before I tell you the result, you may use inspiration.
I'm going to use it. I know that's decent, but I just...
That is
there we
much
go.
better.
I'll take that.
I will tell you that the 17 would not have succeeded.
Okay, that's what I was afraid of. I'll take that 26.
Okay. Pippin. The docent is in the right spot. Between Longpaws and Aramil and Grask, they have helped you to secure the wiring harnesses into the proper locations to get this thing fully connected. What are you doing now?
Okay, so after I know this thing is secured, not like secured, but after I put it in, make sure it's not going anywhere, I'm going to use my alchemist tools to get a good glob of bubbles and like mix all this other random stuff inside and kind of make like an epoxy. And then I'm going to ask Sentry, can you tell me exactly where do you want things stuck to other things? Where should this is adhesive? Where should I put it?
The best spot for it would probably be along the rear side of the case, so that it stays clear in battle.
All right.
You have advantage on this check because Bowie is helping you.
Yes.
Well, Bowie and his driver.
Mm-hmm. And so I think this roll is going to be me pouring this bubble solution all over, making sure nothing moves, or anything that's supposed to move moves. Nothing that isn't doesn't.
Okay. Go ahead and make your roll.
With alchemist tools.
Yep, alchemist tools.
Okay.
24.
With that's 24.
That's
Yeah.
not with advantage.
Yeah,
Roll
you
one
Go
more.
ahead and roll. Yep.
roll another d20. Okay, so it is
Oh
the
boy.
24. So you check the bracket that you've placed the docent into, and you take the bubbles epoxy that you have made that smells a little bit like peanut butter, and you pour it all along the inside of this bracket in order to so that when it solidifies, it will permanently hold the piece of the Nexus in place. That is 5 successes so far, without a single failure.
Oh my god, we're still going though?
I've
Shush.
never used this before, and I can't think of more of a better use for it. I want to use my channel divinity that will let spectral vines come up and grasp something to reach up through Sentry, through him because they're spectral, right? And hold the docent in place while the glue begins to cure.
Okay, that's fair. I will treat that as a success as you utilize your channel divinity for this.
Yeah, I've literally never used this before, so I was like,
It's because it's a terrible ability.
right,
What is it supposed to do? Is it like a...
Mechanically, it's essentially an ensnaring strike, but they can use a dexterity or a strength save. Which, if they're not good in one, they're gonna be good in another.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's so bad. But
It's so bad.
It's single target entangle, but way worse.
Yeah.
Channel divinity. It didn't link the channel divinity. It linked
Channel divinity.
Yeah, let's try this.
There it is.
As an action, you could cause spectral vines to spring up and reach for a creature within 10 feet of you that you can see. Must succeed on a strength or dexterity saving throw, or be restrained while restrained by the vines. So they're spectral, so they can reach up through Sentry and just kind of hold the docent down into the glue and kind of hold it in place.
Wow,
while it
that
cures.
channel divinity is
Blows.
literally
It's terrible.
awful.
Yeah. Yep.
You're welcome for
Yeah.
giving you an actual useful moment to for
But,
that. channel
correct.
divinity.
but Oath of the Ancients also gives magic resistance, so let's not.
It's true.
Which is arguably one of the best abilities in the game, and it's an
Yeah.
aura. So
Yes. So there's Bowie's contribution.
I would say that was a really creative way of using your channel divinity. David?
Leopold is just sort of basically playing the nurse role in this situation of just he's done the anesthetic and is now just using mending to just smooth out a couple of dinks and grates, mostly trying to stay out of the way and just chatting to Sentry, trying to keep him calm. And, seem to have kept herself in rather excellent condition. A couple of dinks and scrapes I can buff out here and there. You are a fighter by trade?
Yes. Wait. I am. And there is no need to patronize. It seems that the calm emotions was more for... It seems that the calm emotions has benefited yourself and your colleagues more than it has me. But I appreciate the gesture.
It's not every day that you find yourself attempting something for quite literally the first time, but I think we pulled through it together.
It's on the list.
Your name is Leopold.
That's correct.
Everybody does something for the first time once.
I am simply relieved that we are not going to have to make a second attempt. I believe we are almost done.
That was deeply profound. All right. So you're using mending right now to try to just kind of smooth the edges.
Yeah, just generally try to like neaten everything up.
Oh, there
It's
are big
essentially,
old scratches.
A running
There are
whip
big-
stitch. A running whip stitch.
I was actually gonna say
Those
the one
suck.
thing you would notice is there are big old scratches in his faceplate.
Yep. There are these deep
Big
gouges
ol'
in
scratches.
his faceplate.
Huge gouges.
Are those acquired when
Kolok slashed him, yeah.
I would say when disposing of unwanted
Mhm.
political officials?
Yeah.
All right, guys, stay focused. You don't want to kill the
They
mayor
do
on
add
this.
they do add a certain character to your appearance. I could try to mend them as best I can, if you would prefer, or again, with your consent.
Do what you feel is best.
I do not want to make this decision for you. Yes or no?
Would it help you feel more useful?
What a machine thing to ask.
That is kind of you to consider, but we are here to help you. My self-esteem can wait for another day.
A friend of mine told me that kindness is helping others when you don't need to. Feel free to mend my face.
Okay. And perhaps in return you can tell me the story of how you received this wound in the first place.
Watch the VODs on YouTube.
Awkward.
Oh my god.
I had to plug it, man. I had to plug it.
Jesus. Thanks, Rick. Good God.
Oh, that was amazing.
That was awesome. You can have an inspiration point just for the ridiculousness of that. And actually, David,
Sentry still has his inspiration.
I would like to give you an inspiration point, actually, for this conversation. Go ahead and I think this would be a...
I think it's just the spell.
Yeah, it is just the spell, but see, they used to have diplomacy as a skill back in older editions.
Is this maybe more like an insight type thing?
Yeah, make an
like-
insight roll.
Because like he's using mending to reconstruct Sentry's face, but he didn't know what Sentry looked like
Yeah,
before the damage, right? So
give me
like,
an insight roll.
So
Okay,
real
I
quick,
will spend inspiration on it.
Hold on.
I was gonna say insight to wisdom,
Right?
right? So is not history. I was gonna say because he was around 500 years ago, and he would have had at least a more recent recollection of what they were supposed to look like, right? Because his dad was super
His servants
invested.
had some. Yeah, his dad had rebuilt some as servants in his household.
Absolutely.
I guess-
so.
We could justify it being an insight roll in terms of having listened to Century recount his version of the events, whether Leopold would be able to intuit that like there isn't bad blood on his part with regard to Kolok, that he does still like to some degree consider himself a part of the Crushers, and so Leopold would like adjust the way he was mending to like patch up most of the damage but still leave like the same way you would have like a faint scar in place. So it's like
I love
he's
it.
still marked by Kolok.
Yeah.
It's still
It was
there, so he can still see himself in a mirror and remember his friend.
For me, it was also just the like Leo wasn't just looking to help in this situation, like help. Leo wasn't just looking to help with the actual surgery, right? He was engaging Sentry in a way that felt like he was taking a genuine interest. It was more like a bedside manner type of moment, and so I thought that was that was very well. That's why I thought insight would fit very well. For this
Yeah, I like it.
I mean, I don't disagree.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Long pause. What are you doing now?
I'm wondering how much more work there is, because
There's not a lot. It seems like this is almost finished. It's in place. The wires are connected. It has been essentially kind of glued down, for lack of a better term. And Leo has used mending to kind of clean up any unnecessary drips or sharp edges where they may have been.
So Sentry, do we need to like turn it on or reboot you or something now? Because if you need rebooted, I'm happy to do the booting.
Mash delete as he starts up to get to the BIOS menu.
You've read a lot of books, right, Long
No,
Pause?
I just wanted to try booting him. It would be fun.
You just want to kick him.
Just a swift kick in the pants.
Oh yeah, no, have her do a percussive maintenance check.
This is an unarmed combat roll.
Okay, so no. Okay,
And
so here's what happens.
you want the bad news? Sentry's
Here's what
AC is
happens.
technically up by 2 from Bowie.
Here's what happens. Here's what happens. All right. So after the mending's done and after the wires and everything, the glue's all hardened, everything's hooked up. He kind of just goes like he kind of like lays back and is like.
That sounds definitely
And his eye is kind of flickering, like he's trying to turn back on.
No, he's having trouble restarting.
Yes. Can I kick him?
Yes, you can kick him. Give me an unarmed strike.
Ooh, and Grask will help with this.
Yes.
That does
one
not
more.
hit.
One more.
No.
That does not hit either.
Yeah.
Ooh, hold on. Let me ping it. So I'm going to
I just don't kick hard enough.
do Flash of Genius, so you can add 4 to that.
It still
19.
doesn't hit.
19
That
still
still
doesn't
is a
hit.
miss.
Well,
Wait,
No.
does Sentry have his shield out?
No.
No, but that's a 21.
How is
Because
your
he's got plate armor, and a Warforged gives him a +1, plus your shield of faith gives him. Drop your shield of faith, you clown! You can drop it any
I
time.
drop my shield of
Oh,
faith.
if it-
what she's
Alright.
trying to do.
Well, if it's actually an attack, then Flash of Genius wouldn't apply.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
Oh,
Never
never
well,
mind.
mind.
Graska's gonna recklessly attack.
Oh, God.
He's
He's-
prone. You have advantage anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's the question, right? Is this a
26.
hold on? Is this a weapon? Is this an attack, or is this like because she's not proficient in unarmed strikes, right?
Yeah,
So, is
everybody's
this-
proficient in unarmed strikes.
Is she?
Yes. Everybody's
Everyone is.
Everyone is. You are proficient in your own unarmed attacks.
Okay, never mind then.
Yep. Grask 26 is his ass.
Yeah.
So, Long
my
Pause,
Hi. Bring her here.
Long Pause tries to like.
I kick him. I just don't kick hard enough.
Yeah, exactly. She kicks him, and nothing really like. There's no. It's just kind of like a doink, and then Grask like people's Grask people's elbow the chest of Sentry. No, I know how to do this. I'm useful here.
Yeah.
Boom!
So you need something hit, yes? Alright. 1, 2!
I get the distinct impression that the spell is the only thing suppressing the panic attack right now.
Good. Spit up.
Oh my god, that took all of his temp HP.
Sentry.
Perfectly.
I got it.
Alright.
And we actually hurt Sentry yet that we only knocked off his temp HP, like exactly, perfectly.
Well, he was being rebooted anyway. It was gonna go away.
Yeah.
So what happens with Century as he as the final jolt kicks him into gear?
Yeah, well, the docent starts to glow, and his chest. Well, there's a sort of like a metal, like there's an aperture that actually comes in from the sides and engages with it, and like sort of like wraps around it so that it keeps it closed, and then a metal iris sort of tightens around it. So it's like you guys glued it in, and that's awesome. But now it's fucking locked in. It's not coming out unless he's dead, right? And it sort of flickers. His eye sort of flickers, and he sits up, and he says,
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is that still you, Sentry?
Yes. It's good to see you. I was gone for a moment, but now I'm back.
Yeah, I think,
Now you really sound like that guy.
What do you
yeah,
need?
thank Grask. We got the stuff in, and then you kind of like, your eyes went out, and he just gave you a good old whack.
Is that so? Grask. Thank you. Ah, it's no problem. Anything for whatever it is you are.
and then he's like,
Oh.
Anyway. I
You
still
get-
require... Apologies. You were saying?
So are you getting more directives from the Nexus now?
No.
Oh.
It seems that the directive I received was a repeating order for seeking maintenance.
Oh. So were you just like getting that order all the time? Like it was the only thing
The
you
one
ever
order
did?
I was receiving was to seek out Sylvia Nickel Keycutter. Presumably for maintenance.
Well, you said that thing puts other people in your head, right?
No. It is a fair bit more complicated than that.
Well, maybe it's the other people that need maintenance.
That is true. A fair number of my brethren lay scattered across Oregon, either dismantled when we were decommissioned or hunted down afterwards.
Wait, they hunted you down?
Yes. Our kind were not the most civil of peacekeepers.
Oh.
Peacekeepers are never civil. Peacemakers are.
It is a bit of a pedantic argument to make, considering that one eventually leads to the other.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. I mean, if you still want to go, I mean, if you still want to go see Lady Sylvia, I mean, she's still around.
I think that would be nice. She's the only one from my legion that I know of is still around.
Well, she's really old.
I know. I can count.
Oh.
But I appreciate your courtesy with not wanting to inconvenience her.
Well, she's got this like really nice butler dude, and he does a lot of her talking. But like, you'll probably get along pretty good with him. You're kind of polite and pretty direct too, so you guys will probably get along pretty swimmingly. Or like,
yes, Zoe, I am quite sure that is the case. But
Mr. Century,
yes,
what are you going to do after you meet with Sylvia?
there is a group that I had to leave after receiving my orders from this fragment of the Nexus. I would like to see them again. But I require upgrades, adjustments to be made to my physique. It seems that there are some long-lived people amongst the citizens of Orden. Not all of them have forgotten what my kind look like.
Hey, Mark.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, never mind. Never mind.
Okay.
I had an idea, but then it would have been counter to something that was already established last session. So
Understood.
Leopold's going to root around through a pack and pull out one of the business cards that we had with like the bundle of Secretarian supplies that got given to Ace. There's like somehow wound its way into Leopold's back because he's the documenter and it's paper.
yeah.
And just like gently pass it across the century. We're probably not the best equipped people, but we are now experienced in at least one Warforged repair. If there are any of your brethren that you encounter in your travels who are in need of service and maintenance, Sylvia would probably be your best bet, but if you need to look us up in Deerbluff, I'm sure we could take another crack at it.
We just opened a Warforged repair shop out of the backside of the Bubbling Brew.
We are recovering artifacts, is what we do.
While
we got a lot of tools up in the hills too. Well, Pippin does. You did great this time. Way better than I could have even imagined.
Thank you,
Well, I
buddy.
appreciate the offer. But one of the few things I remember is that the location of the forge where we were created. If I do plan on recovering my brethren, that would probably be the first place to look.
Century.
Yeah.
Do you, out of character, Chris, do you know the location of the forge? Or is this
out of character?
Yeah.
This was the forge is supposed to be under Redenburg, right?
It is. Yes. Okay. I just wanted to make sure we were on the same
Yeah.
page.
Oh yeah, no, I remembered that shit. I was like, hell yeah, let's fucking go. And then I had work. Then I had work come up. So then I had to bounce out of the Wednesday group.
Mm. Okay. I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page.
Yep.
I will go see Sylvia. Though, if you are still in need of assistance here.
There's not a ton left to look around here, I think. And we...
I think we got some more. Gotta look for more schematics and stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe he could lug out the doodad for us.
Oh, I've got a bag for that now.
That's true.
What happens if we put it into the bag while it's still small, and then it stops being small while it's in the bag?
That could be bad.
Depends on how much it weighs.
I don't know how much the bag can actually hold. Like, I don't know that information.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll have to look up the bag of holding.
Bag.
It's a standard bag of holding. It's just fur lined.
Yeah.
So it's 500 pounds.
Yeah, it's going to weigh a lot more than that if it's out of metal. So
Yes. Getting it up out of there isn't the problem. You guys can do that. It's going to be getting it back to Deer Bluff if that's your plan.
It's not gonna happen.
well, maybe the smarter options to take it to, where the actual thing is. But Miss Sylvia, wants it, right? So
Well, she wants instructions and stuff.
Yeah, she was mostly looking for notes, because she
Well,
didn't.
if it was a perfect replica of the big weapon, it could still be useful.
Right. It's just kind of heavy to cart around.
Yeah.
'cause
So if we
you're-
don't really find any blueprints, that could be a last-ditch effort, so to speak.
Yeah, and
Hey,
you're-
Nomeo, and Bowie kind of pats the gnome that's still sitting on his shoulders. Did you or any of your buds find any more like blueprints while you were down here working, or nah?
We were constructing the clockwork items in the workshop. We did not explore any of the rest of the shop. That was not your instruction.
Wait a minute. Mr. Robot Gnome, could you tell me
it's Nomeo.
exactly... Oh, excuse me, Mr. Nomeo. Could you please give me an estimate about how much you, personally, by yourself, can carry?
There are gears inside him that you can hear like whirring up and spinning faster, and like his goggle like eyes start to expand and contract as he is processing the calculations for how much he can carry. I can carry twice as much as a normal gnome.
We're gonna
I
try and
know,
have these
gnome or
clockwork gnomes
skinny gnome?
palanquin this dragon weapon all the way back to Deer Bluff.
Well, it might work.
Well,
It's
As
crazy
previous-
enough to try.
as previously established, Jordan, they don't have to sleep. So it's like, I don't know, a ship traveling or something.
Shut up!
I might be quoting somebody.
You're quoting no one.
No, that's not true.
You're right.
There-
You're not quoting no one. No one's,
not-
no one has no written text. You can't quote him.
Correct.
I'm gonna walk
Unless
up
you're
to-
Talus and you accidentally get him on speed dial when you're trying to get the ancestors.
Oh gosh, too much cross-stream chatter.
Don't cross the streams, except do.
They're robots. It's
Marshmallow.
fine.
Okay, I'm
Leopold
going
would
to-
also probably like sidle up to Century and just try to whisper with him, It would also benefit us. We are a small business starting out. Word of mouth is still very beneficial to us. If you meet anybody in your travels who asks about a reputable artifact recovery corporation, giving them our name would be helpful.
That I can do.
Chris, question for you.
Yes.
Does Sentry wear like a cloak or a cape? I think he
Yeah.
does. Aramil will walk up to him and go, and if you ever find yourself in Geneva and your clothes need a little bit of work or you're looking for something new, look up the Starlight Weaver in kind of downtown Geneva. It's my parents' place. They do really good work.
While we have you here and we're telling you about places that you can advertise for, do you mind if we install a billboard on your back? We could just have it like mounted to your shoulders so that it's constantly like seen no matter where you go.
Hey, I'm not asking him to advertise
That's
for us.
true.
I'm advertising for my parents.
He's
Fair.
advertising directly. The best form of advertisement.
I will keep that in mind.
Tell them Aramil sent you, and that I'm doing okay if you make your way that way.
I will do my best.
Then Aramil as, how long does calm emotions last? Like 10 minutes or something?
It's a minute.
A minute.
It would have been gone a while
it's
ago.
gone. And after that, Aramil's gonna like let out a like, oh, we did it, and just like slide down the wall for a second.
Yes, and Sentry, he sort of snaps his fingers and
His movements are a lot more fluid now, a lot less robotic, more natural. As sort of, and he's I don't know, he just seems a little bit more personable. He snaps his fingers, and an owl sort of just materializes next to him.
Whoa!
Ah, yes.
Oh.
Guess it's good when the mayor's upstairs.
Sorry, I'm not terribly fond of owls. Beastly little things.
Dreadfully sorry. Owl. And
You're not in sentry mode. Just to
bad.
be aware. No, I don't care. I'm just letting you know.
yes, Owl. If you would carry this for me, and he's gonna
take his pen or his little quill. He's gonna write a letter or like a little note addressed to Kolak, and he's gonna say, "Directive successful. Seeking upgrades. Expect me in the future."
Okay. And you're gonna have that sent via owl?
Yep.
Okay.
With little like camera shutter irises.
It is a mechanical
eyes.
owl.
Well, it's a semi-mechanical owl.
Semi-mechanical
It's an animatronic. It's an animatronic owl.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Okay, you send your familiar off to find Kolak. Do you know where Kolak is right now? Or you
No fucking clue.
Where are you sending Owl?
Owl is headed for
Like, give him a location.
Redenburg Fortress.
Okay.
To that tavern.
Oh, to the tavern.
The one we kept blowing up.
Wait, to the tavern where you all were staying, or to the tavern with Nolly? Nolly's tavern.
Ooh, Nolly's Tavern. Nolly's Tavern's way better.
Okay. Send
We'll just send
Owl
it.
to Nolly. Understood.
Yep.
That's more for me than you guys. I apologize, but good little piece of world building. I'll have to figure
So
out
you're
how
sure
long
there's-
it will take for Owl to get back to Redenburg.
Well, he doesn't
Owl
have
is
to
a-
sleep, so
Shut
it's
up!
kind of like
I'm gonna
it's
murder
true.
you.
It's true. It's an extraplanar. It's an extraplanar creature. It doesn't actually have to sleep.
no.
Owl doesn't even need to rest. Owl can just go pew all the way there.
Swear to God, I am going to.
It's like a ship.
That's not even sarcasm, though. Not on my part. On Bowie's part, probably because he's a little shit. But
Pat,
This is not Bowie. This is Pat just being a
This-
smart ass.
this is Pat busting my balls. That is what this is.
Correct.
And this is me probably having Bowie and John meet so that John can kill Bowie and Pat can agonize over it while it happens.
Anyway,
While I'm here, is there anything else you would like assistance with?
Oh,
Maybe we can get him to carry the tiny cannon up the stairs.
oh,
Now wait. If anybody's carrying anything, it's going to be this guy. I am not letting this... What are you? I am a legionnaire. We are not letting this lemon bear carry my cannon up the stairs. It's not happening. I will not have it.
Okay, I'm sorry for
Hey,
suggesting
you know,
such a
lemon
thing.
bears are like an endangered species in Arden now.
Legionnaire.
They are? I think they were a dreadful nuisance back in my day. We used
Well,
to hunt them
yeah,
fairly
because they
regularly.
like.
Hunt them for sport.
Well, you've heard the phrase
Narrator
Making
voice. They were.
lemonade out of lemons. Well,
Lemonade out of lemon bears. Ew! Shut the fuck up!
Narrator voice. They didn't.
All right, we're moving on.
Narrator voice. There were no lemon bears.
Well, Mr. Century, sir, I guess we don't need any help. I release you from your surgery table. And I salute for some reason.
That is
Thank
not the
you.
proper technique for saluting, by the way.
No, it's this.
I was telling Century.
This narrow perspective. He's
Scratches his eyes, or his single eye.
perhaps it is time to expand it. All of you, stay safe. I hope to see you around.
no.
Be it, be
The
it
feeling's
sooner
mutual.
or later.
Good
Farewell.
luck and stay out of the ancient forest.
A helpful tip. Thank you, Aramel. Farewell.
And he sort of he doesn't stomp anymore.
He walks out.
Yes, he walks out very not gracefully. He's still in plate armor, but it's not like boom, 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 boom. It's like it's just regular dude in plate armor.
He walks like, yeah, he walks more like a dude, less like a Terminator.
Yes, he's gone from Terminator to T-1000.
He's gone from Terminator to Ultron. We're not, but that's a mouse property, so he's gone from Terminator to Schmoltron. Schmantla.
Oh God. Ugh. Century makes his departure, followed by Owl,
Hooray.
who will be heading off once they get to the surface, leaving you all still down in the nickel key cutter workshop, kind of having completed this surgery
while
that
we're here.
yeah.
What materials are like in this room? Strange gods that are in my voice, or in my mind.
Nope, in your voice, it's more fun.
There wouldn't happen to be, maybe perhaps 25 GP worth of powdered silver in this room, would there?
I don't know, make an investigation roll and see how lucky you are.
This is gonna go well. 13.
Yes.
That's about as good as I could hope.
Yes.
Hey! I'm gonna pull out my jar of mushrooms that are like slowly reconstituting. And I'm gonna take the next hour to cast Ceremony.
Hey, Bo,
I would like to make holy water. Celosana's holy water, to be precise,
With mushrooms.
with mushrooms in it.
So is it just beer?
No, it's not fermented.
I was just thinking it's Bowie, Celisana holy water, you know.
It might have some of the same effects, though.
While Bowie is casting Ceremony, Well, Grask, you want to put your money where your mouth is, so to speak?
Absolutely. Though I'm not sure that you can afford a bet with me, Pippin.
That's not exactly what I meant. But, anywho, everyone else, Grask and I will go take care of the cannon.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Good luck.
Yeah, you do that. I'll
Okay.
look for Beaver.
And I will offer a hand to Pippin so that he can sit on my shoulders. And we can go faster.
Which
Yeah, I'm
route
going
are you
to-
taking to get to the cannon?
Right through. Through this door.
Yeah, I'm going to command Grask the way we went before. Busting through all them doors without the keys. But I'm gonna do what I did when we fought the demon. I'm gonna grab hold of your horns and I'm gonna say, "Now fly!"
Yes. All right. And then Grask will run and poof, 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 poof.
Can you cast fly?
Pippin, where are you? Are you holding on?
Yes, but my token is not. So
He's going. You're going different ways.
Pippin!
what?
Pippin!
Grass just went
Hold
straight.
Oh,
Yeah,
It's
no.
actually
I
really-
was just gonna run
It's
right through
really
these doors.
entertaining to watch. Oh my
Oh.
god.
Leopold's gonna walk over to like the jar that Bernard is in, and just check in and see if he's doing okay.
I have to make sure that you guys went a way that you've been through before.
If they went dead straight, we didn't.
You didn't go through. Hold on. You have not been in this room
this hallway? No, we have not.
or this room up here before, correct?
Yes, we have.
were up
We
there.
We've been in these two
Wait, which two?
and the cannon room. This one?
The only
And this
room.
one.
The only room we weren't in is this one. Is this hallway
Okay.
that I am pinging.
You've been in this room.
We've been in all of the other rooms. This one, this one, this one, and this one.
Ark, have they gone up to this room? Yep.
They have not yet. Have you been
Okay.
through this door here?
We have
No.
not.
No.
Okay.
But now that you mention it,
What did I tell you was in this room and this room?
Nothing.
This one had blueprints for toys. I think
Yes.
this one didn't have much of interest.
Okay.
Listen, this is going to be a bitch to get around corners if we don't figure out how to move it properly. We should probably get another guy, but not a
Well-
robot. What?
Well, Grask, you might want to get in a ready stance, and then just slap the cannon and cast Reduce on it.
Okay.
Grask, you have 1 minute.
Ah,
Right.
wonderful!
Run.
Grabs.
Gnomes!
Bowling pin sound effect.
I have to see how much distance this actually is. Hold on.
Keep in mind, he uses action to dash.
I know.
So
I
it
just-
gives
I-
me a movement speed of 80 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. It is.
Wow.
It is 240 feet just inside of this place, and not including going up through the sub basement and then, or going up through the basement and out of the cabin to outside.
it's
So
3 rounds.
that's three
I have
rounds.
tons of time.
You have tons of time.
I picture
Yeah.
Pippin slapping the top of the cannon, and it's that meme with like the car and the other dude.
Car, this
Baby
bad
can
boy
get
can
so
fit
small.
so many.
When you
Yeah, this baby.
Pippin, when you
This bad boy can
reduce
kill
this
so many
thing,
dragons.
when you reduce this thing and Grask picks it up, there are all these conduits and things built into the floor that this was bolted down into that just kind of like get disconnected from it when it shrinks down.
Oh.
Yes.
Oops.
Well, it's too late, so.
Yes.
Anyway, I put that on the cart or on our wagon.
You're gonna break our
It's gonna break the wagon when it blows up.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's fair.
hold on. Let me roll a intelligence check. Yeah, Grask don't know that shit. Fuck that. If Grask is strong enough to carry it, then so is wagon.
It will be small forever.
It
Well,
will
to
be
be fair,
fine.
to be fair, the wagon did carry Bowie, Grask, I think
Right.
Leo, and Longpaws, and I think we're the biggest members of the group. So
Longpaws was not riding in the wagon. She was riding the mare.
no, before we got there.
You had
Just
Mare.
all ever in the
Oh.
wagon together. Because
Yes,
after
they
we
were.
caught up, you like after we met up, like I drove the wagon down, and then we got Mare like right after we got
Yeah.
there.
No,
So
that was 2 sessions afterwards.
Yes, you got Mare 2 sessions after they joined the party.
Yeah, so we were definitely
All
All in
crammed
the-
in
we
the
had,
wagon.
we had a bunch of different horses that were being ridden too.
There were
Yep,
horses
yep.
being ridden.
Bubbles and bobbles.
Logistically, I'm just looking at
So
the
we had
fact that
another one, too.
it's 3 squares across, which means it's about like 15 feet, and I think we've been making the wagon like 2 squares across. So it might just be that when it extends, it's gonna like shoot out past over the edge and then just tilt it so that the wagon's
The wagon's on
Yeah,
its
the
back
wheels in the
wheels. Yeah, okay.
Permanent
Popping
wheelie.
a wheelie.
What are the rest of you doing while Bowie is making Celisana's mushroom holy water?
Leo
yeah.
said he was checking in with Bernard.
yeah, just gonna go over to like the jar where Bernard is floating and just like thank him for his help, because him like getting the power up and running was really instrumental in being able to actually do the surgery for Century, and just like trying to check that he's doing okay now that he's like out of the room that he was contained within, that he's not like overstretching himself.
Bernard's gone. He's in the docent.
Bernard Bernard
Those
says
fools.
to you, thank you so much for checking on me. I truly appreciate it. That's the first kind thing you've done. Yes, it would be helpful if you could turn off at least one of the valves in this room so I can reconstitute myself into a smaller space. It does take a lot of energy after being asleep for so long. Unless, of course, one of you would like to volunteer to help power me up.
No.
How do we do this?
Let's see.
You're
about finding
outside.
out. Gonna go over and like
Yeah,
turn the valve again to drop him.
Well, do you think you could like run this place without our help?
Well, no, not really. I can run parts of it for periods of time until I need to rest, but I cannot run the entirety of the place for an extended period of time, on my own. I would, just become weaker and weaker until I completely forgot who I was. And then I would lie in a dormant state, and if I forget who I was, then the next time people show up, I might forget that I don't want to snack on anyone.
Right. So
Hey,
when we
so-
we need
Liches
we
tend
get off
to
plane.
forget who they are as they lose themselves, as they weaken.
Wait. Oh no. So, guys, wait. If we, like, we're not gonna stay here forever. So if we leave, and we
Turn
leave
off
a
the
valve on... Yeah, we can turn all the lights off, but then Bernard will just be alone again in here for another who knows how many millennia.
You don't have to worry about that. Just put me back in my closet, and I will go back to sleep, and then the next time some bumbling fools come along and open the door, perhaps I will get to play around and help save a random metal man once again.
Or we could just go back and let.
Well,
Kikata
what
know
happened to
we're
Klaus?
Klaus shut down the workshop, and then he left.
Well, do you know where he went?
I'm assuming he just lived out the rest of his days upstairs.
If your mechanism is not entirely instrumental in the powering of the cannon, we could possibly see to attempting to remove you from this location. We happen to reside in a tavern that has a reputation for being haunted. Having a semi-lich would be quite fitting with that, and it would allow you to be out and to meet people, so long as you were not
Eat people.
making the same quite insistent demands that you have made of us,
Oh,
to consider whether we could donate a soul to you.
I understand. It's something to consider. You have to understand that I was trying to do this to... Running the workshop allowed me to help Klaus provide generous gifts to many. It was my opportunity to atone for the wrongs I'd done, but to keep running things.
Huh. A turn, huh?
Yes.
Out of character question.
Yes.
I love where this is going, Pat.
When you become a lich,
Mm-hmm.
do you have a forced alignment change?
I feel like the process of becoming a lich it's more like you start going down that path, and it's like going down the path of the dark side. Like, the things you need to do in order to become a lich
Right.
are naturally evil things.
Well, I'm going to read a paragraph to you.
Go for it.
Yeah.
You touch one willing creature whose alignment has changed, and you make a DC 20 Wisdom Insight check. On a successful check, you restore the target to its original alignment. What would happen if Bowie tried to cast Ceremony on Bernard?
Is that the atonement
He's
ceremony?
not evil right now,
Yeah,
but
he's
could
not.
become good again, like true good again, if he were good in his life before becoming a lich. I am asking you this because I'm pretty sure with Pippin's help and with Leo's help, we might be able to find new things to do for Bernard that are
Okay.
not eating the souls of people.
I'm going to say yes, that you can use this to take him from... Right now, I would say that he is...
He's probably closer to neutral, right?
Bernard had to
Is
become
this the
evil.
power of? Is this the power of Christmas magic?
He had to have become evil to have been a lich at one point, I'm assuming.
Yes.
And the lich's heart grew 3 sizes that day.
How the
So-
Lich stole Christmas.
So
Yeah.
I'm
Oh my
thinking
God.
if Pippin can give me his intelligence modifier, and Leo can give me guidance, and I can get advantage.
At least.
I don't have guidance, I have resistance.
Oh,
I would have to be next to you for me
Does
to give it to
anybody
you,
else have
he
technically.
would,
guidance?
he would wait to do this until he can talk to Pippin about it, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Yes.
I have proficiency in insight, so maybe if Mark is willing, I could try and give you advantage. But advantage on insight's kind of weird, especially for something like this.
That's fair.
You're trying to unlich him, essentially.
Yes.
Right.
I am very, very seriously trying to unlich him, and I'm contemplating the ramifications of how difficult this would be.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but do you mean like unevilify lich him? He'd
Yes.
definitely be a lich.
At this point, yes, he would
I'm evil to
be.
him.
He would still be a lich. He's gone from evil. He's not evil anymore,
He's
right?
neutral, I'm
He's-
assuming.
At this point, he is trying to do the right. He was helping Klaus because he was trying to do the right thing, but he still needed to consume souls to keep running but not on the same regular basis if he just wanted to stay a demi-lich. And so people would volunteer to feed them his soul every, few decades to keep him up and running.
I'm just picturing like 10 episodes from now, there's a comatose body in a hospital ward somewhere, and it's us and the Hell Wanted crew arguing over which ghost has the right to the body.
Yes! We're in a custody battle with Help Wanted for... We have to go on
Can't.
Judge Rudy.
What I worry about. So if he's neutral, how does that affect the atonement ceremony?
He would return to his original
He would return
alignment.
to his original alignment. So if he was a good person before becoming a lich,
Yes, and I would obviously talk with Bernard about this. But before I start RPing out, talking this out with Bernard, I'm like, is such a thing even
This
possible?
This feels like a kind of conversation.
this feels like
Can we
what?
RP a little bit more?
I was gonna say this feels like a break conversation. Can we RP a little bit more or go to break?
Well, yeah. I mean, Bowie is currently casting ceremony on the holy water, and Leopold was speaking with Bernard. So you're busy, Bowie. You're a busy Bowie. The rest of you, what are Longpaws and Aramil doing while all of this is going on?
My
We'll just
job. Looking for stuff.
Where?
Well, starting in this room.
As I've said, there's lots of tools and I've described what's in this room at this point.
Yeah, you said tools, but you also mentioned like diagrams and stuff for these like diagrams that I can like.
They're unfinished diagrams. If you want to take them, you can absolutely.
Okay.
They're unfinished diagrams of whatever he was working on. You don't really know much about clockwork or artificery, so I don't know if you'd be able to figure out what the diagrams are for. You can give me
I'm not.
What's that?
I mean, I don't necessarily know if I care what they're for. I'm supposed to collect all the
Anything?
She wanted all the diagram type stuffs, and I can recognize that they're diagram type.
You certainly can. Yes, you can plop those in your bag.
Otherwise I would just well, I'd probably ask if Bernard can scout any of the rooms ahead and let me know if there's any creatures in them.
It's taxing, but I can. Yes.
Well, if you make sure there's nothing in there that will cause trouble, then I can get more work done faster.
Which way did you plan to go first?
That away, and I'll point towards the black area over this way.
Hold on. I need to zoom
how do I
out
make it
to
ping?
see.
How do I make it ping?
You just gotta hold your mouse and
That way.
Yeah, over that way.
Okay. Bernard will say, "I'll return shortly," and he will move down that way. And after a little bit, while you're gathering up all of the blueprints, Bowie is finishing off his ceremony, and
what's happening with Team Cannon?
Team Cannon is currently in the process of carrying out the cannon. This is all happening simultaneously, and we'll take a break here, and we'll be back in a moment.
Sir. Okay.
Welcome back to the Saturday morning.
We have returned. After an hour, you have the holy water of Silasana.
Wait,
The holy bong water of Silasana.
it does have mushrooms in it. I'm going to scurry over to Leo while Long Paws is like searching for diagrams and loot, stuff I don't care about. And I'm going to, I guess Leo's right next to me. Hey, Leo, hey.
Yes?
Do you have a spell that can, like, talk with people from really far away? I feel like you mentioned something about it before.
It is one of the spells that is within my capability. I don't have it prepared currently, so I would need to commune with Thormodin in the morning, but...
Right, that's fine.
If you wanted to send a message home, do you have an image of your parents at all?
Yeah, and I'll point to the wall, and I'll prestidigitation a image. That it basically looks like an oil painting. It's a recreation of like a family oil painting that we have at the house of Aramil's parents. You see an elven man with kind of black hair that matches Aramil's, that is like kept pretty short, and an elven woman with really long hair that comes down into like a single braid at the bottom that frames the backside of her face with blue eyes, and you can kind of see where the resemblance comes together with Aramil. And it's them kind of not quite like in an American Gothic pose, but they're all like mom, dad, Aramil in the middle type of thing. And so I'll just use prestidigitation to put that image on the wall. Yeah, when you can, could you send an image to Mom? She's the one who's probably freaking out the most. Just let her know that everything's okay. Well, we'll talk about it when you get the spell, or the thing. But yeah, that's that.
At my absolute extreme, I could send up to 100 watts.
Oh, no,
25 in a single casting. You'll have some time to think about it.
Okay.
Decide what you want to say, and I shall send it for you.
Thanks, Leo.
Don't ever be afraid to ask. I know that we'll be traveling quite a lot. Whenever I have time available, I will be happy to send messages back home for you. Hopefully one day we'll be able to meet your parents.
I hope so too, and I think it's not that I'm afraid to ask, I think I'm just afraid to send it. But it kind of has to be done, you know? I left a note on the way out, I promise, but let's just say this motion was not exactly sanctioned by my parents. Me being out this far.
I see. That may be a little bit tricky, but well, I shall try to be confident in the way that I communicate that we are doing our best to take care of you.
Thanks, buddy.
And Leopold is just going to be quietly dying inside when he realizes that, like,
oh
no.
Hey, Bowie, why is that mushroom water glowing?
Oh. I think it's working.
Grask, you've placed the cannon in the back of the wagon and
hid it under the blanket. So that no one will notice it.
Yes, and like, job well done, satisfied. You are like, and then suddenly you hear this loud like, whoosh, boom, from behind you.
Don't look. Don't look. Nothing can go wrong if I do not turn around. And I'm going to walk back inside and close the door behind me and go back downstairs.
or you meet Pippin.
Absolutely nothing can go wrong as long as I don't look at it.
Oh my god.
Oh. So, Pippin.
Yeah, eventually you guys regroup.
Oh.
Is that what happens? Because Pippin was out with Grask.
Yeah. It's been an hour.
I started to chase after Grask, but then as soon as I got to this room, I saw all the rest of the gnomes. I was like, Grask, you go ahead. And I just started poking each and every one of them.
They are like, hey, stop that. I'm working. Why are you poking me?
Just experimenting.
Cease your infernal poking.
But yeah, once Grask comes back, we'll go to the rest of the party.
Okay.
I'm gonna make sure Bernard's not in the room when I'm discussing this.
Yeah, Bernard's out scouting.
Oh. Hey, Pippin. Oh. I wanted to apologize for earlier.
For what?
Well, you said you didn't want to be Mr. W. But, I'm sorry.
Oh boy, it's fine. I already told you. Just don't let it happen again, please.
Well, I don't think you're Mr. W at all. I think you're a lot better.
Well, I don't care if I'm better or worse. I just don't want to be associated with him until I figure some more stuff out.
That's okay.
For better or worse, you are certainly the inventor of a particularly strong new form of Warforged adhesive.
Yeah, I mean, you do got that going for you, which is pretty nice.
Mm-hmm.
You think I can market it?
We have one satisfied customer who could give a testimonial.
What if you used it to I don't know, glue a king to his chair or something?
Yeah. Pippin. If we ever get back to Geneva, or if we ever make my way back home, how much of that stuff do you think you could make?
It was kind of just a word of the moment. I didn't even write down the recipe. It could have actually just exploded in all of our faces and we wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. But it didn't, so...
You could probably reverse engineer it, given some time.
But Professor Uternium accidentally added a secret ingredient to the concoction.
No, chemical B.
For bubbles.
Okay, but this just raised the concept that you can create two more and call them Blossom and Buttercup.
I was just gonna tell that.
Oh no!
Powerpuff Girls.
It's okay, it's a dead IP. We can't be sued.
It is not a dead IP. Just Cartoon Network thinks that kind of stuff's funny.
Well, what are we gonna do about Bernard?
What do you mean?
Well, I don't want to just leave him here. I mean, you can't really let him out.
I agree.
There's this thing that I can do that sometimes makes people more like they used to be. So if Bernard was a good person before he I don't know, started eating souls and all that stuff, it would make him that person again.
Do you think it would be worth it?
Well, yeah. We should always try to help people. I mean, like,
I mean,
if something bad
can-
happened to you, I would want to try to help you.
well, Bowie, we also tried to help my grandfather. And just no matter how much you try to help someone, it doesn't work out.
But I'm older and wiser now, or something.
Wait, so this thing, would it? Are you saying it would like make Bernard?
It would make him good again if he was good.
Oh,
I think perhaps before we do, it would be best to determine whether we are even capable of safely removing Bernard from the fixture that he is contained within.
yeah, that's
I have his phylacteries, so I'm pretty sure we safely can remove him in the sense that he won't be going anywhere.
I simply meant that Bernard indicated he is here as a form of atonement. And I sort of hate the thought that you might be able to provide that atonement for him, and then he would be trapped down here in the dark,
Well-
suffering for no reason.
That's literally what this thing does. Is it gives atonement. It's like, you know how, like, I hate them, but you know how, like, whenever there's like a book report thing and then they like hand out ribbons for whoever wrote the best book report. Well, this is this is like the ribbon at the end, like that says, "Oh, you did it," or "Better luck next year," I guess.
got a couple of those. I'm with you, Bowie, on this one, but I think Leo's right. It doesn't mean much if we can't get him out. He looks pretty like enclosed in all these tubes. Like, sure, there was a hatch for his phylactery thingy, but
Well, they had to get him in there somehow, right?
unless they like built around him, you know. Like,
I don't
they
know.
put him in and they built the structure up around.
It's just something to think about.
Bowie, I personally don't really like the idea of this, but I won't try to stop you. I just want to ask you one last question.
Yeah.
If it does go wrong again, we won't be fighting a ghost this time. We'll be fighting a very powerful entity. Is that something we're prepared to handle?
I don't think I'd forgive myself if I didn't try.
Okay.
Well, and if we find out Bernard was like a terrible guy in his past when he was not a floating skull in a jar, we just don't do it. We just leave him as he is. Maybe he'll get there on his own eventually. But if we
Yeah,
do
I mean-
that, we'd be basically setting him to square one.
I mean, he did spend a lot of time making looks like toys for kids.
Yeah. Without him, I mean, they probably couldn't have.
This
Workshop
had to have
probably
been a
wouldn't
long
be
time
here.
ago.
Yeah, this workshop probably wouldn't be here without him, powering all the machinery.
And Klaus must have trusted him.
Yeah, they were friends, but we don't know anything about Klaus. What if
We
he
know
was
Sylvia.
just
Sylvia's really nice.
we know a butler who talks for Sylvia. I don't know that we know Sylvia. just-
Sentry does.
Yeah,
Sentry liked her.
I worry that, I don't know. I've got experience with this kind of thing, right? you know, people may seem good. You know, they might seem like they've got this big old business venture out for the betterment of people. But sometimes it's really not all of it seems. Klaus could have been just a really savvy business guy who figured out toys were a great way to make a gold piece.
Looking around, Mark,
Mm-hmm.
does this look like the type of place where a guy who was concerned about money would have worked?
Give me an insight check, Bowie.
Can I
Because, like,
roll
compared
one,
to, like, Wumbleberg's place was very clearly a guy who was flaunting money in order to impress others, right? So, like, that's where I'm coming at with, like a point of context, right? So
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Could I roll as well with my given experience with
16.
Talrist?
You can either roll yourself or you can... Yeah, go ahead and roll yourself. This is not a help action type of situation.
I'm going to use one of my sparks of genius. Well,
So 19, Mark.
yeah, that's fine.
Everywhere you have looked around this place, it has not been... There's no... Like... The cabin was a simple cabin, right? Like, there was nothing that you saw in the cabin that indicated extreme wealth, although there was a wine cellar that had, like, wine in it. But as far as down here, all the rooms that you've been in were more work-oriented. There was a room for... you had found a room with like bunks and stuff like that were fairly comfortable looking. You found a bunch of clockwork gnomes. Bernard told you that when the dwarves asked him to make more weapons, that Klaus shut this place down, and that's why he shut it down. So, like, looking around, this place looks like it's pretty devoted to the process of creating these clockwork things. The most gaudy room you saw was that first entry hall that had a bunch of the, like, the display of all of the types of different things that they made here. And there wasn't even, like, anything that looked like there was a painting of, like, a portrait of Klaus or anything like that, even in that room. It was just the work.
To be fair, though, like, how old is this place?
Oh, this place is old.
Right,
yeah,
but it's
I mean,
not so decrepit that we couldn't find what was still being made here, which were toys and a fancy-ass gun.
Yeah, this place was made... I mean, this place got shut down a long time ago. Like, a couple thousand years ago, but it's not been...
But I'm saying that just because it's not ostentatious doesn't mean that he wasn't making a buck, you know?
Sure, it is not ostentatious, though, at all.
Yes, but generally, if you're trying to make a buck, you tend to try to show it too.
Yeah,
I'm just telling you what you found. You guys can interpret that as you wish.
Right. Graska's gonna bother the clockwork gnomes.
Okay.
I'll
Understood.
wait for my turn.
I guess now that I think about it, he did see him. You know, if what Bernard said is true about giving toys to kids. I mean, I know I got a group of friends back home who would probably really appreciate Klaus being in Geneva if he was still around.
If what Bernard said is true, of course.
Yeah.
Well, we just find more information. Maybe somebody else knows something about this guy.
Is there a library upstairs?
Not upstairs.
No, in the cabin.
There's not
Like-
no, there's no library in the cabin.
Wait a minute.
Wait, so this is a holiday home that doesn't have a library?
I mean, there were some books. But there's not like a huge... There's not like a big old library, right? It's a small cabin.
Question.
I mean, it clearly wasn't like a winter getaway.
You're not.
'Cause-
He had to have lived here.
Okay.
The book.
The nickel key
How
cutters.
How did Sylvia
We have
suspect?
a journal or something.
Yes. How did Sylvia suspect? Because Sylvia told us how she got the information that they thought the workshop was underneath here.
Okay. So going back over from what I remember weeks and weeks ago, this cabin has been used by the nickel key cutter family for the last for as long as they can remember, as just a skiing cabin, right? So there may be some old paperbacks of not paper, you get what I mean. Like there would be like the equivalent of like old paperbacks around inside the cabin, but not a library of any kind.
I'm not
They
looking
received
for a library.
when
I'm looking for a journal.
recently when an old patriarchal member of the family died, they received the key. They received the I believe the journal. I think I have it written down in the thing. I have to look it up. Otherwise, I would have to go back and watch.
Her grandfather's journal or something, not Klaus's journal.
The thing that would perhaps be most poignant about the information that we did receive from Sylvia is that she did not entrust us with a copy of the journal of her grandfather that she had found, and instead only select relevant pages.
It says that it has come to her attention that her great grandfather had been one of the gnomish artificers to work on the ancient weapon that sits atop Drakengard Keep. I believe his place of retirement and rest may hold information on the device that would be incredibly valuable. I would be willing to pay large sums for your company to send an expedition to explore the place. It is deep within the mountains, opposite the pass that the fortress guards. There is an old vacation home that my family owns there that may hold a passage into the mountains. I discovered these intriguing facts within my grandfather's journal only days ago. Please bring back whatever you find, and I shall pay handsomely. That's what you know.
We could ask maybe Miss Sylvia if his journal says anything.
She doesn't have his journal. She has her grandfather's journal, which alluded to that. It's
okay,
like
never
this
mind.
old family secret that has kind of trickled down into her hands.
Okay, I thought that you meant that she had.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we could try to look for a journal or something like that.
There is, again, you have not explored the entirety of this place either.
Right.
That's true.
So we look everywhere else first and try to find everything else here. And then, because Bernard's not going anywhere right now. So we can mull this idea over a little more and...
Yeah,
Yeah.
sleep on it.
Oh,
or
didn't you have a plan with those magic mushrooms over there?
something. No, those are something else, Aramil. Ha!
What do you mean? Those mushrooms are glowing.
Doesn't that make them magic?
It's the water
Exactly.
that's glowing.
It's the water that's glowing.
It's
Aw.
mushroom.
Yeah, actually, I do. You want to go for a trip? I mean, do you want to go on a great journey? Do you want to go to a big party? Because I think I know where to find Uncle Oscar.
Uncle Oscar?
Colloquialism. He might not actually be my uncle. Although it's kind of horrifying if he is.
I mean, yeah, let's shut the wheels off so Bernard can rest when he gets back in here. I'm down. It'll be a nice distraction. Maybe we can think about this big
This is
decision.
Oscar from the tag. The gift. Is Uncle Oscar?
That's what he said.
It says Oscar Hammerwood on the tag.
Hammerstone.
Hammerstone.
Sorry.
I've got an idea. I'm not sure if it's gonna work or not, but I'm gonna try.
If we're going someplace, we need to take Mare along.
Huh? I bet she Nest away.
Well, that's nice, but I want her with us.
She can come with. She can be your +1.
Excellent. I've never had one of those.
Oh, hey, Grask, how did it go with the cannon?
Grask is
Grask is not
bothering
with
the
you.
gnomes.
That's
Grask.
Grask is waiting for his turn to bother the gnomes.
Yes, in the other room, you are bothering the gnomes.
Yes.
What is happening
So-
right now?
What are you making?
He asks the gnome right next to him.
Sure. Let me move over to where Grask is on the map. The gnome says, the guy with the horns told us to fix this place up and start working on the toys again. So we are.
But for what reason?
It's
Just
what
because you were told to?
it is our function.
Well, I have an idea. If you guys would be cool with it,
What is your idea?
we need a road crew.
Yes.
To do what?
To help with,
Making
well, you know,
will we be making toys?
no. Well, you can if you want in your spare time. I'm not going to tell you what to do. Except I just had a suggestion. Why don't you guys come hang out with us for a while? Find some other place to make toys. Maybe something that people will actually use. Because, unless business picks up, you're making toys for no one. And that is really sad.
That is not our directive. We are to make toys for children.
Yes, but no children will get these toys. So you're not completing your function.
Should-
What if we can find you a new place to make toys for children? How would that sound?
We have never left the workshop.
That's what makes it such a great adventure.
We
Are
are
you worried?
having trouble understanding.
Look, you follow this syllogism. Right now, you are not making toys. Well, you're making toys, but they're not getting to anybody.
Can you take them?
Well, I am large and red. So maybe. But I don't have that kind of time right now, and unless it's a paid position, or gets me in contact with my daughter, I am not really that. Sorry, I've got another plan right now in the works, but I appreciate the suggestion. But how about you guys make somebody that can deliver the toys? Like you helped with the Metal Man not too long ago.
We are not makers of people. We make toys.
But don't you know how to repair one another?
Maintenance and creation are not the same.
Oh! Can you make a giant toy of me that can then deliver the presents?
It would just be a wind-up toy.
Well,
How long do the wind-up toys work?
We could wind it up, and it will walk in a straight line. And then when it hits the wall, it will turn around and walk back. Is that enough?
How long will that take? How long will that take?
For a giant version of you, we would require...
No, same size. Same size as me.
We would require a schematic.
Oh. And you guys don't know how to make a schematic.
That is not our directive. We follow schematics. We do not create schematics.
I see. So, that big cannon in the other room, who made that?
That was designed by Klaus and his son.
Really? It is pretty cool. What about the robots in there? That beat the crap out of my friends.
Those were designed by Klaus's son to protect the workshop.
Oh. Then why did those spindly, screechy, acid-spewing spider monsters get in the workshop if it was supposed to be protected?
I do not know.
Do you know where the schematics are?
There is a northeast room where the blueprints were written, and if you continue on from there to the northeast, past the room with the cannon, you will find the cannon's operating center, and beside it, the room with all of the schematics archived.
Ah, thank you. So, you're telling me that it will take a schematic to make a giant toy of me?
That will be required.
That's a shame. I will see what I can do about delivering the toys. Go ahead and pile them up so that we can pick them up and take them with us.
We will continue with the function and the directive given to us by the one with the horns.
Okay. Thank you, tiny metal gnome.
You are welcome.
And then he will pat, and then leave. Guys!
Large red man.
Oh, yes?
Is your daughter on the right list?
My daughter is the most wonderful little pumpkin angel that you could possibly imagine, and if she is on the wrong list, then the list is wrong.
Then perhaps one of these toys will in fact be for her.
She kinda grew out of toys a little while ago after I brought her first broadsword, but I will consider it. Have a good day. Guys!
You guys are having this conversation about, like, either helping Bernard or
redemption
going,
and shit.
or going to the Feywild, and you just hear Grask start screaming for all of you from down the hall.
Oh, hey, Grask, we're gonna go on a wonderful trip with Bowie's magic mushrooms.
That kind of trip. Alright, this can wait.
Bernard reappears in the jar in the room. It seems that there's no one here in the areas that I scouted out for you to the west of this room. Anything I can see, in the next few rooms seems to be clear, although there's obvious signs that someone has been through them.
Well, if we go investigate, maybe we could split up, make things go a little faster.
Well, whatever you guys want to do. What are we looking for? Like schematics and stuff, or?
Yeah, all the stuff that Miss Keycutter wanted. But I thought you wanted to go visit your family.
Well, we can. I just need to figure out a game plan.
I'm kind of down for a trip.
Well, we gotta finish the job first.
Well, that depends.
Wait, are we tripping or tripping? Like, which are we doing? Like, I need to get the right mindset.
Like day tripping, you know.
Like LSD, mushrooms. What are we talking about?
There's glowing mushroom water. Does that explain?
Red. I'm a cool dad. I can be like this.
I think that's the first time that, yeah, that's new information for everybody.
Papa
Yes.
Grask.
Don't make it weird, boy.
Wait, Grask, you have a kid?
Yes. Yes.
Where is your kid?
Well, I assume wherever she wants to be. She is same age as Aramil right now.
Oh.
You started like really early, right?
What do you mean?
Well, Aramil's like 50.
Wait a
17.
second. Aramil Iceely told us that he was like 18 or 17, right?
Aramil is 17, but he was aged like 35 years by a ghost.
Right. So
That's the joke
not
that Bowie is
applicable.
making.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Joey is making it.
No.
Bowie is making a joke.
No. No. I'm only 45.
Really?
But she's same age as Aramil. She doesn't like what I used to do. She's actually the reason that I'd rather not talk about it right now. We've got mushrooms to eat and places to go. Oh,
Well-
also, I know where the schematics are.
Well, that's good.
Yes.
I don't think we want to eat them though. Huh. Hey, do you remember where I had that big burn thing out in the woods?
No,
Yeah, you
I
walked
was
past.
not invited to the magic statue.
No, Grask. When you were up in the when you went up past where all the elk were, there was a clearing with a giant bonfire that had burned down.
I did not see that. You did not tell me that.
Oh, I'm sorry. That you would have seen that. I apologize. That was me.
Okay,
just-
gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Follow me. So, I'm gonna take the bag of holding.
Listen, as much as I like this, whatever idea is going on, are we not here for the job? We know where the schematics are.
We should be.
We'll go grab
Let's
them.
grab those.
Bernard just said everything's clear, right?
All right, let's go.
Bernard said everything was clear to the west.
Bowie.
Let's do this. It doesn't matter. Grask has 3 rages. He doesn't care.
Bowie's gonna take the bag and go find the big old pile of toys.
Leopold is just going to clarify with Bernard like about 6 times more than necessary. So you said everything is clear to the west. And that would be this door over here, to the west.
Which
You're
door?
sure?
Which door are you going up to when asking that? Which door are you pointing to?
Over there.
Yes, that's the correct direction. Everything there and northwards seemed clear. That's as far as I could go for now, I would really appreciate it if you could shut some of these valves so that I can
We already
rest.
shut some of them.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
Do we need to shut off the one that's right next to your closet?
No, just the ones in here, and I'll head back. The ones in here will prevent me from getting much further than this room for now.
oh. So Bowie's gonna go take the bag of holding, start putting toys in it, and get Oscar's gift, and like put it on top whenever it's all said and done.
Okay. You go into where the gnomes are, and they turn to you and say, "Then you are delivering the toys."
I mean, I might not be the guy delivering them, but I'm gonna get him to the girl that's gonna deliver them. Yeah.
We were told that the toys would not be able to be delivered.
Who told you that?
The large red one.
Huh. He doesn't know.
That's the wrong gnome.
No, he's going into the other room to get the
I'm going
toys.
to get the toys.
He went back into the room with all the gnomes to get the toys.
Well, his token didn't move, so I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm informing you.
Yes. So I think that's this room technically, which is where all.
And
Well,
also,
like-
for the record, he said he would try.
He did say he would try. He said he would attempt to deliver the toys, but he said that we should relocate to a different place because making toys here could be pointless.
Well, see, here's my idea. I think I know somebody that will come and pick them up. All you got to do is take them all the way up to the stairs and put them in the sleigh that's up there. And I think she'll do the rest.
The sleigh is still upstairs?
Yeah.
Did you see the sleigh?
I think you said it was in with all the other stuff.
Thought it was in the barn.
In the barn upstairs.
Yeah, it's with you described it as being in the stables.
Okay.
So Bowie would tell them if they put the toys in the back of the sleigh, he's pretty sure he knows somebody that will deliver the toys.
Okay. Then we will follow that directive.
Okay. I'm going to take the toys and put them in the bag.
Okay. There's not a lot of them that are finished. But
How many? I mean, they've been working all night, right? So, like...
Yeah, they've been working all night. So let's say there's like... Sure, we'll say there's like 30 toys finished.
Christmas magic, Mark.
Yeah.
Yo, 30 clockwork wind-up toys made in an hour or so, even by
No,
assembly line.
Overnight.
Overnight.
Yeah.
Oh, right, it is overnight, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Overnight.
But there were a bunch of half-finished ones and stuff too.
There were some that were just left unfinished from earlier, so
Yeah. So I'm gonna
Meanwhile,
put them
I've
down.
got the keys, so I'm gonna unlock some doors.
It's fine.
okay.
Where are you guys going?
Going
Just
upstairs.
come on.
All right, Pippin said to come on. Excuse me, Aramil, Leopold. Which way are we going? I choose this way.
Well, this door is locked, so I'm going to wait very patiently for the keys this time.
And not that I'm necessarily distrustful of Bernard, but just to be on the safe side, Leopold's going to cast aid on himself, Longpaws, and Pippin.
Okay.
I'll go unlock the door to the north.
All right. Grask, you kicked open that door.
Yes.
You find an office.
Killer. Oh.
It's dusty. It's older looking. Like there's obvious signs of wear on the furniture. There's a big oak desk. On the desk is a big, like a huge volume book, maybe like 2 feet thick and like massive.
like one of those Oxford dictionaries from like the 50s that is like gigantic and has a binding that defies logic.
Yes, that is exactly what I'm talking about. It's like a huge tome looking book, right?
Oh! We're gonna crack that sucker open. Let's take a look. Perhaps this is that list. The P. He's looking through the P's.
Okay. And yes, this is a book that
We're no shit in Santa's workshop.
yes, this is a
Yes.
list.
Yeah.
This is the official reveal.
Yeah.
He's been denying it this whole time, and now it's for real.
The book has 2 columns on every page. One is written in gold ink, and the other is written in red ink. And I'll leave you to figure out what each of those means.
But that's just terribly inefficient.
There is a quill on the desk. There is a single quill and a single bottle of ink on the desk.
Is the ink still good?
I mean, you're looking at the bottle, and it doesn't seem that there's anything dried or caked on the outside, like on it. It seems all right.
Okay.
Now, there's also like on all the walls, there are, as you're looking around, Grask, the walls are lined with bookshelves with similar volumes to this one.
I look
on
at
the
the
shelves.
binding. What's the binding say?
On this one?
Yes.
This one has I don't know. Yeah, we'll just say there's 26 volumes, and the P happens to be the one on the desk.
Oh, okay.
So you're looking.
Well, he's
through.
gonna open it up. He's gonna check and see if it's last name first name or first name last name.
It's last name. It's last name first.
Last name first. Okay.
Although you notice instances where there's just a single name,
Okay.
like Tony
Well,
spelled
then-
with a P. It's really weird.
Oh, okay. Well, we're going to. Okay, so he's going to put this one back because, he doesn't know. Oh no, she took her mother's name. All right.
Oh,
Is Leopold's last name spelled with an A or an O?
an O.
I know.
As you're looking
so
at
what
this,
I was going to ask is, do we have an indication that some of these on the wall would be like previous years?
no, there's letters on each one, and
So
And is it literally just a list of names, or does it specify reasons?
no, it's
for,
just
like,
a list
why
of.
a kid ended up on the naughty list?
No,
Because
it-
Leopold would very much want to know whether his brother Hackett actually did smash that vase
No, it's
that their
just
mother was very, very fond of.
it's just names. It's just names. There's
all right.
there's also like a let's see what else would be in this room. It's mostly these books. There's a desk. There's the inkwell with the quill in it. There is
Hopefully a rather comfy chair
what's that?
He's
for a long time.
There's
looking for
I know.
PAR.
Okay, that's fine. You can continue to look for that. The other things in this room include like a small. There's a comfy chair in one corner with a small like side table next to it, and a much smaller leather-bound book sitting on that side table. Grask, you are looking through for this.
Patricia Parbald.
Okay. Give me.
I mean, it's alphabetical order, right?
It is
In
alphabetical
common,
order.
probably?
Yep. Yeah. You're looking through and looking through. Actually, it's all. Oh, you know what? It wouldn't be in common. It would be in
Gnomish.
It would be in Gnomish. So
Well,
if
Good
Grask,
thing I speak Gnomish.
yeah, Aramil
no,
could be helping.
he only
with
has
this.
2 languages.
Yeah, but Aramil can
Well,
speak
3.
Gnomish. But names are names, right? But they are written in Gnomish. I just realized, like, Common wouldn't have been invented yet. So this is Gnomish.
Yeah, but do they use the same characters?
Gnomish uses Dwarvish script.
It does. So,
Well, would you look at that? I can actually read Dwarvish script.
so that's why you would have been able to pick out the letters at the very least to know which book to look in. But as you're looking at it,
It's like French uses the Roman alphabet, but
right.
if you can read English, it doesn't mean you can read French.
Yes,
There's something
No,
that might be
but
able to
names-
do.
probably find a name in a phone
Names
book.
are the same. Names are the same regardless of language. If you know the way that the script
Spelling.
is used, you would be able to find proper nouns. Because
Exactly. So if
they wouldn't be the
Grask
same.
can
So,
read,
yeah, that's
or
fine.
if Grask can read Dwarven script, he can find a proper noun.
Correct. Yes.
Right?
But
Yes.
names are
Okay.
also spelled differently across cultures. It's like in Welsh, my name would be spelled Daffod.
Yeah, but that actually varies because some places change the spelling of names when you change the language, and other places don't.
I don't know,
Right.
Otherwise, there wouldn't be 12 different ways to spell my name.
Right. Anyway, Grask doesn't know any of that because he's not a linguologist. So he is going to. He is gonna look for PAR, Patty Parbald.
Okay, that's fine. You can look for that.
I am
Alright.
going to
It
pull
will
out.
take just time because the book is fucking huge, right? It's not a.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
There's no other descriptor. It's not like half orc, age 43 or whatever.
It's
They don't have little things in the corner to say what letters are on this set of pages, like a dictionary.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, it's
Well,
just
that'll speed it up.
it'll speed it up. Give me okay. Let me put it this way. Every time I'm trying to let you know what's in the room and find out what everybody's doing, and everybody keeps like interrupting with what they're doing without like, you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? What I'm trying to say?
Yes.
Okay. So, Grask is looking for the name, and what? And I've noticed that Aramil and Leopold have also entered the room.
Yep.
Leopold, you were looking for your brother's name. Is that correct?
It was more just joking about that point of that he would be
Okay.
like again just taking down books and flicking through them and again looking up names and just trying to get a sense for like. Bernard told us this place shut down a long time ago. Have they been keeping track of the names but not being able to deliver the toys, and how that's kind of existentially terrifying that there's like entire generations of people that never got presents that were intended for them.
Yeah. In fact, as you're trying to figure that out, Leopold, you actually see one of the names disappear off one of the lists and appear on the other list, and then another name disappear and not reappear at all as you're flipping through the books.
Oh, so it's not like names and check boxes. It's like a name either on one side or the other.
Correct.
Okay.
It's either written in gold or written in red. And Leopold, as you're looking through specifically to figure out, like, how is the record keeping done, you notice that the record keeping seems to be done on its own.
I suppose to test this thoroughly, we would have to know some kind of incredibly pure-hearted orphan child, possibly with a limp.
Grass,
You could
Grass-
tell by just killing somebody and seeing if their name goes away.
Grass, you find your daughter's name
Everyone.
written in gold.
Ah, okay. I knew it. This is good. Right. Slams the book shut.
Just a sonic boom.
It's just like,
in the forest.
and like dust comes shooting out everywhere.
Pocket sand.
That is all I needed. All right, next room.
Wait for the keys. Long pause.
Long pause, you had unlocked the door to the north, correct?
That's what I said I was gonna do, yes.
Okay.
But it never unlocked.
Sorry. There you go. This little hallway just has, there's like a
Is this
base.
a toilet?
No, it is not a toilet. But there is a basin of water, and a mirror. It's not a toilet, but it does look like it's a room for just kind of freshening up.
Powder room.
Yes.
Well,
You
then
have
we
the
go
key,
to-
so I'm just going to unlock that door there because I'm assuming that's the next logical step. And Grask, you've opened this door here, and you find another one of those wheels that release Bernard into different parts of the building.
Are we closing these?
This one's
This one
already
is
closed.
closed. This one is closed.
All right, moving on.
I just for the fun of it, I'm gonna try to. I want to check around the mirror. You know, like you check somebody's cabinet in their bathroom.
Yeah, it doesn't open. It's just a gilded mirror on the wall.
Yeah. No. I'm looking to see if there's a hidden compartment or something because.
Sure, give me an investigation roll.
Because I'm nosy and bored. Ooh, measly
What's-
11. Yay!
Yeah, you don't find anything unusual. This thing is just mounted to the wall. Pippin, as you move up into the room there, what you discover is... So you move into this room, Pippin, and you find what looks like... it's a room with pegs for hanging equipment all the way around the room. There are some benches in the middle for sitting, and you find snow boots and like old snow boots. These are all covered in dust and worn from age. There are both snow boots and work boots. There's hard hats with what look like there's hard hats. There's hanging lanterns. There's tiny cages. There are heavy leather jackets that are gnome sized. There's a place for rope and pitons. Or pittons. There's also like heavy winter cloaks and coats. It looks like this is just a storage room for equipment to either go into a tunnel or to go outside into the snow.
There's nothing in those cages, right? They're
No,
empty.
they're empty.
I want to start
What?
checking all the pockets of the clothing.
That's going to take some time, but you can take as long as you want to do that. You'll be here for like a half hour, but you can take your time doing that. There's a lot of pockets in this room.
What's Bowie up to?
He's busy collecting toys.
Bowie's shoving toys in a bag.
If Long Paws is going to start checking pockets, I'm going to ask the keys from her.
Fine. Keys.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, I guess I'm gonna walk up to Leo again. I feel like I'm bugging the crap out of Leo today. Tap, tap, tap.
Yes.
Another question. Because this was more faith related. Is Thormodin a god who cares about like right and wrong?
It would depend a great deal on your definition. If you meant right and wrong in a moral sense, not so much. That would be more the Church of Orad, Thandra to a certain extent. Thomedon is more about things having their place, natural laws and order, a sense of everything being neat and tidy. So,
He would really hate my room.
Well, you might think that, but it's not in that sense. You are, after all, a teenager. And so if we define a teenager as somebody who is young and still growing and finding their place in the world, a certain amount of mess and chaos and disorder in their own abode is to be understood. And what matters is that your room is somewhere where you feel safe and secure. That is more the spirit that a cleric of Thomedon attempts to embody in the people that they minister to make sure that any church or temple of Thomedon they visit gives them that same sense of comfort and security as when you are snuggled up warm and cozy in your own bedroom.
Oh, okay. I think that makes sense. Yeah. Sorry, when I was watching last night, it was a pretty one-sided conversation, but elves back in Woodhaven kind of see Nadara and Viridian. Well, Viridian and Nadara are very, like, I guess, patron elven gods, you could say. Doesn't mean their faith isn't exclusive to the elves, but they're the biggest followers, I think, anyway. I don't know. Don't quote me on that.
Again, on the stories my mother used to tell, Vidian supposedly created the gnomes. Vidian is a god of the arcane and the magic. So the story goes, Vidian is the one who created the weave from where all magic comes. And from left over threads from that tapestry created the gnomes. Again, such and such, so the story goes. I would think there would be a number of gnomes who would follow Vidian. But is somebody who has a talent that's not quite the same thing as magic, but associated. Seeking the advice of a cleric of Vidian, as well as Nadara, may be helpful to you in coming to understand yourself a little more.
It's just, remember when we found those elves summoning that demon?
Yes, that was not the most pleasant of encounters.
I kind of asked Nadara if she was okay with her followers doing such a thing. And I got a response. Kind of. I had some other questions that I was asking too. Oh boy, this is a loaded one, and I'm sorry for putting this all on you, Leo. Leo, do you think, in your experience, I don't know how many elves you've dealt with, do you think we're kind of assholes?
No more than anybody else, I would say. Humans have been fairly awful throughout most of the history of what was the Valkyrian Empire. I believe there are a number of those in the elven community who have very long memories to go with their long lives. It can be hard for them to understand our limited view with our shorter lifespan in the same way that can be hard for us to grasp the complexities of how one views the world when one will live for close to a millennium.
Oh, yeah. And Aramel's eyes just go wide as he contemplates the fact that he might live for like 750 years.
But you must remember, the gods will outlive us all. And so they have nothing but time and patience. If you think you might have received word from Nadara, that is enough for me to believe that that is what happened. If it is not quite the answer that you were seeking, well, there is still time. You have quite literally the rest of your life to find the answers that you are seeking. And as I said, I will help you in any way that I can.
Thanks, Leo. That's it. That's all I wanted to say. Sorry, I keep coming up with questions that happen to be Leo related and very philosophical. I feel like I'm eating a lot of screen time today, and I'm sorry.
You're not. You're good. Pippin, you're continuing to move through that corridor. Yes?
Yes.
And Grask, you're at the other door. Is that also correct?
Yes. Boom.
Okay. Grask, you find a room with 4 pillars and a set of heavy metal doors that have been forced open. Beyond the doors is a tunnel. A tunnel that has tracks in it. Like metal tracks. Like minecar tracks. And a minecar sits in front of you. But it doesn't look like
one of the cranky ones?
No, like the type you would put ore into, right?
Oh, Indiana Jones.
Yes. That type
Got
of
it.
minecar. There are several of them here. One of them that's off on a split track is looks similar to the others, but it has, the side of it has a door that opens, and there are 6 seats inside of it.
This is going to be quite the distraction.
Pippin, you find a room that has these stairs going up. There's the room has in it a what looks like mining equipment in it. There are picks, there are shovels, there are buckets, there are the heavier equipment that would be used, not like the heading outside or heading into a cave spelunking equipment, but the actual mining equipment is in here. And there are steps going up on the side of the wall that you can see.
That just go into like a whole new level.
Yeah. Yep. They go up and they end in a heavy metal door. Like this here are stairs going up. There's like a landing, and then they go up here to a heavy metal door at the top.
Okay. I guess I'll look back at Leo and Aramil and just shrug and say, well, no luck so far. And just keep going.
Okay.
And I'll go up the stairs.
Grass said he knew where the things were. Should we just go back and ask him?
Well, isn't he looking for them? He's not with us?
No, Grask is exploring because you guys said, like, I'm only saying this because Pippin's smart enough to realize this, that Grask is only exploring because you guys said, hey, let's go west, when he straight up told you guys he knew where the things were.
Yeah, he said, I know where the schematics were, and Pippin said, well, let's go this way. And he's like...
And then Grask was like, okay.
Yeah, Grask said, but what? Okay. And then just followed you.
Because Pippin's smart and Grask is not.
Yes. Pippin, you get to the top of these stairs to this metal door at the very top. and you try to put the key in and you can't. Like, the key should fit in this keyhole, but there's something blocking it.
Can I tell if it's like
This is the
magical?
room. This is the room that Bowie told you when you guys got the map off the drow bodies. This is the room that Bowie said that there was a note that they
Couldn't figure out how to get the door open.
couldn't figure out how to get the door open, and they like broke it.
Oh, okay.
That's the room you're in.
Yes.
Want me to take a look, Pippin? See if maybe I can unstick whatever's in there, if it's even, something physical. Because who knows anymore?
I mean, you could try. I'm going to keep looking though, so if
Yeah,
it works,
go
just
ahead.
yell.
I can do that. I will hop up there with my thieves' tools, and I'll cast light actually on like tip of my finger.
Okay.
And once again, Leopold's just going to tap Aramil before he starts to pick the lock to give him resistance.
Looking in with my light, can I see if the blockage is like? Is there actually something?
There
in the
are
keyhole?
thieves' tools that are snapped and broken inside of it.
Oh, I've done that before. This. I could do it. So, thieves' tools do come with like a set of pliers.
Okay.
Would I? Yeah, according to the compendium here, lockpicks, small file, small mirror mounted on a metal handle.
Look around corners,
Yep.
check in things.
Oh. Narrow scissors and a pair of pliers. So
I was gonna say, sounds like a dentist's mirror.
Yeah, but
More like
something's. It is like a little mirror on a little piece of metal.
gotcha.
Yeah.
With my pliers, if I took some time with this, would I just be able to kind of like?
Yeah, make a thieves' tools
Yep.
roll to try to unjam this thing.
Gotcha. Oh!
You are trying to get it out.
inspiration.
Okay, Grask would like to give you his inspiration.
Can he do that if he's not in the room?
Yeah, it's not a matter of that. He's just giving
Okay.
you his
I'm
inspiration.
giving you the
die.
re-roll.
Yeah. Okay.
There you go.
Yes. You start working your way in there with the pliers, and you are able to grasp what is inside and kind of unjam it. It takes some time to do so, but you eventually think you could pick this lock. Or just use the keys.
Oh man, it's like pulling out splinters. Or like cloth fibers when you stab yourself with a needle.
Oh my god. Also, you can get inspiration for that horrible description.
It's not fun. I have, in my experience sewing, I have like stabbed myself.
And pulled the
And-
thread through.
Mm-hmm. I stopped before it like went farther than like an inch, but like I freaked out because I was sewing and I was like, ah, crap, pull, because I thought I had just pricked myself, pulled, ah.
It's like on The Simpsons when Marge is teaching Lisa how to sew. And she's just being like, eventually you'll build up a callus and that won't happen anymore.
Yup. I didn't sew long enough for those, but
That's what thimbles are for, my friend. Thimbles.
yeah. Once I found out what thimbles were, oh my god, my work in the costume shop was so much better.
I used to think thimbles were like for little amounts of water for mice, because
Perfect
that's
when
what
you
they
need it from.
serve. That's what from Rescuers Down Under.
Yes.
Yeah, perfectly reasonable.
Yep.
Yeah. I was like, wow,
Uh,
that's what thimbles are for, because I had no
That's
fucking idea.
Kind of adorable, Chris. Not gonna lie.
I will turn down the hallway and yell to Pippin, I got the stuff unstuck.
Oh, well, would you like to open the door?
You're the leader. Do the honors.
Okay. I'll come and open the door.
I also don't want to try using thieves' tools on any more doors if I don't have to.
You open the door, and you find a similar situation to what Grask has found, except there are no mine cars for carrying ore here. There is just one of those cars with the doors and 6 seats in them on tracks.
I shouldn't let Grask see this room. He's probably going to try to ride it.
Beautiful. All right, take inspiration. That
I
was
love
beautiful.
you too. I love you too, Pippin.
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile, Bowie, you've managed to get all the shit in the bag.
Okay.
Once you have all the toys, what are you doing?
Hey dudes, any idea where these guys went? I kind of walked away before they had their minds up.
Oh, did you go back? Are you going back to the laboratory? Yeah.
No, I'm asking the gnomes where those guys went because I didn't stick around to see what direction they went. I just left.
Well, the gnomes that you're in the room with were like, you're the only one who came in here.
Oh, okay. Sure. I'll backtrack, I guess. Guys! Hey, guys!
Which way do you go? Where are you going?
I'm gonna go back to the room with where Bernard was with the surgery stuff.
Okay.
Goddamn wall collision.
All right. Yeah, they're not in here.
But the doors are open.
But the doors are open.
Guys!
This way, Bowie!
Hey!
can we hear him echoing?
Longpaws and Grask definitely can.
Hey! What do we do? Oh, hey, Grask!
Oh no.
Yes. Hello, Bowie.
What are we doing?
I have no idea. I know where the schematics are, but Pippin wanted to go this way. And now he is lost. He is a very easy to lose gnome.
Nobody knows where he goes.
Oh,
What?
I found him.
I said nobody knows where he goes.
Well, if you know where the schematics are, why don't we just go get them?
I don't know, because Pippin said we go this way. Were you not listen? What is it? Do I need to yell more? Nobody listens.
Well, like, let's go get the schematic. We have a family reunion to get to, I think.
Well, possibly. But let's, I mean, what does Pippin do? Pippin! Because apparently I have to yell now. What are you doing?
We're in here, Grask.
Just imagine Grask. Do you like ants? Because this is how we get ants. Like,
Do you want giant carapace lizard ants?
Lana!
Did I find rummaging through random pockets?
Give me an investigation roll.
Give me a rummaging check.
Yes.
I cast rummage.
Yes.
22.
22. Sure. You find, let's see, what do you find? In one pocket, you find a couple of, oh, that was loud.
An ad popped up for some reason.
You find a bunch of, like some chunks of ore. You're not sure what kind of metal it is, but you find some chunks of metal in one pocket of some of these clothes, and Let's see. Something neat you might find.
People always leave things in their pockets.
Yeah.
I know.
Find
because
really
I lost my
ancient
first pair of
gum.
glasses in my. I lost my first pair of glasses in my winter coat for over a year.
Really?
Yep.
Dang. Yeah, finding $5
really
in an
usually
old
wear
pair of
flannel.
jeans is one of the greatest feelings ever. It's like, oh, those $5 I needed when I was a child.
We now the Vintage Pocket Lint Recovery Corporation.
Yes.
It's an artifact.
You find
it's old enough.
You find a couple of, like I said, you find a couple handful, like 2 or 3 pieces of some kind of ore. You're not really sure what kind it is. In one of them, you find a tiny book of, like a tiny book written in it with, like handwritten with charcoal in it, in Gnomish. It's like a tiny, like one of those little notebook-sized books. You find you find a brass prosthetic nose in one of them.
I assume this is a gnome-shaped nose.
It is.
It's just a pity we didn't find this earlier, or we could have grafted it onto Century.
A brass nose on Sentry would make him look like Groucho fucking Marx.
Yes, it
I'm so
would.
mad you guys didn't do that.
You find a tiny bubble level that is calibrated incorrectly in one of them. And another, you find a pewter spork.
Okay.
And in one of them, you find a couple of them. You find candles, like about this big, or I should say, like a 3-inch long candle in a few of the like hefty leather miner's coats.
Cool.
That's what you find.
No Charpies in anybody's pockets.
No what?
No Charpies. Cody.
No what?
Charpies.
Sharp? Like,
A Charpie. Similar, but, you know, Oridin version.
Yeah, charcoal.
oh.
Magically enhanced charcoal to stick better to random things. Charpies.
Put
I
a
mean, I'm
patent
sure
on that.
that's a possible application of bubbles.
Here
It may
comes
take a little bit of experimentation, but
Here comes a common magic item for the Oridin Adventurer's Guide, right there. Charpies.
Sharpies.
We absolutely need them. You'll make big money.
Yeah.
Somebody explain it to Pippin and he can make us all rich.
Somebody redeem your channel points, quick.
sorry, you said big money, and my mind flashed into these like Family Feud. We asked 100 Arden adventurers, "What do you keep in a barrel?" Meh.
The mayor?
That's the number one answer on the board. Oh my god, we need to play Oridin.
Yeah, and it's
Family
one of those
Feud.
moments where the host is like, "Meh, why would you say that? That's utterly ridiculous. That's not going to be up there." They turn around and it's the top answer, and they're just like, "I hate my life."
The mayor.
We need to make an Oridin Family Feud and then play it some night.
Oh,
Yes.
God.
We got 6 games. We can make 3 teams. Pair them
We
off.
absolutely could.
It'd be pretty funny. That would be super funny. Anyway, so you've found some trinkets, long paws, in these pockets. Bowie has come back with the bag of holding filled with toys. Grask is shouting for everybody, and Pippin has re-entered the room with Grask. And that's where we left off before the nonsense happened.
So Grask said he knows where the blueprints are Why didn't you guys listen to him?
Yes, I agree. Why did no one listen to Grask? He obviously knows everything about what he is doing.
Oh,
And
well,
We were
Well,
supposed to
I
get
thought
more
we were
than just the
splitting
blueprint.
up.
Why are we splitting up? I thought we came here for a purpose. Pippin,
We did,
you are
and it's to get more than
confusing
just
me.
blueprints.
We came here for the schematics and the... Look, it's just in that room past the cannon.
Where we already were. And gathered up a bunch of
No.
blueprints.
What are you talking about? Nobody went in through that door.
Can we, the power of editing
No.
ourselves into the room that Krask is talking about?
There is nobody went into that room. We all left after getting our asses handed to us in that fucking...
So you mean below, not above.
No.
No, I mean these doors over here.
Show-
Nobody went into those.
That is correct.
I can't see them on the map because I've never been there.
Yeah, I have
Yeah,
no idea where
exactly.
you're going to.
In the room with the
Okay.
cannon.
Shall
Right,
I
door-
move you? Are you guys all
Below
going to
the
follow
cannon, not
Grask
above.
back?
Yes, let's...
Are you all
Yes.
going to follow Grask back to the room with the cannon?
Yes.
Yes.
Sure.
Yep.
All right,
Okay.
then by
Well,
the
then
power
everybody
of
get
magic,
into-
I am just going to move
By the
everybody
power of
into the
editing.
cannon room.
There is one door left on this side we haven't actually opened yet, though, which is going to really annoy me if we don't go back to it.
We'll get
Let it
there.
go. Let
There.
it go.
That is fine. That is fine, Leopold. If you get too annoyed, I will just knock you unconscious.
So Grask has brought you into this room, and he is pointing like somebody trying to explain a bullet.
He's grabbing the handle. He's just shaking the door. This door, it is still locked. Nobody's gone inside, and this is where I was told to go by the fancy gnome toys.
Oh, Nomeo knows so much. Oh,
All right.
Nomeo. Nomeo. Wherefore art thou, Nomeo?
I wish the cannon was here. Then I could crush you with it.
I'm sure it's that one and not the other door that we didn't go through.
This one is still locked.
Well, what's
Yeah.
through the other one?
Which one?
Why?
I'm just asking.
Oh no, I mean we can give them both a shot. Both of them are still locked.
Yeah, they're both locked. Pippin, are you unlocking the door that Grask is like banging on?
Yes.
Okay, it is unlocked.
Crunch, 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 crunch. Let's go check it out.
Okay, you enter into this room. This room has an observation deck. It's like a two-way mirror type deal, right? Like you couldn't see it in the other room. It was like disguised by the wall, maybe illusioned over on the wall. But you can actually see down into the room with the cannon from here. It has. It also has some replacement parts for it in this room. For the miniature cannon, they look like they would work with it. There's schematics for the cannon in this room, for the miniature cannon, and there's also controls for it in here.
Well, that controller is broken.
No, the controller is probably fine. The device is broken.
Uh-huh.
All right. So we gather up all the pretty schematics.
Pippin, are you unlocking this door? Is that why you moved to it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You find a room that has essentially scroll racks filled with rolled blueprints.
Ah, wonderful.
Jackpot!
Oh,
Leo, Long Pulse, I believe this is your area of expertise.
I don't think it's a jackpot. I think it's a... Never mind.
Nope. For book lever Bowie, this is the jackpot.
Okay. Well, what's at the end of a rainbow, then?
Gold pot.
In here is there are books with information on engineering, metallurgy, smithing, alchemy, physics, chemistry, various blueprints for clockwork and mundane items. The longer you spend in here, the longer you could spend in here. All of it is in Gnomish,
We're
which
just taking it
Pippin can look.
all.
There are racks upon there are like shelves lining all of these walls.
Got racks on racks on racks.
Bowie, can I borrow your bag?
Oh,
Did you say there were
no.
books on alchemy?
I just want to put books
Yes.
in it.
Oh,
Doesn't there have room? I thought there was lots of room.
well,
Never mind.
I need this bag for something else.
Can we just use it to take everything up to the wagon? Instead of making lots of trips?
The wagon is busy.
Let's use our wagon.
The wagon
I don't know.
And how
Oh,
do you know it's busy?
Good
So-
God.
Call it expert intuition.
I feel like Emmy passed out on us.
well, so, I had this idea, and I can't. What I'm trying to say is the bag has to have toys in it.
Isn't there room for stuff with the toys?
Well, yeah, but I have to give this bag to somebody else.
You intend to
Okay.
you intend to find somebody who will take up the position of distributor of the toys produced in the workshop?
Yeah, I know somebody. I know she would do it.
That's cool. Are we going to see her before we go upstairs, though? Because we could just use it on the way up.
Maybe.
Oh, that would make it more difficult.
Listen. What are they going to do?
They who?
You
This
guys. Well,
Bowie, I understand you have a very kind heart. It's why I like you. But
do you know what Celisana is famous for?
no, I don't. I have
Do you-
no idea. You have not told me anything about them.
Her.
That is why I use gender neutral, no?
So Celisana, she's different. She's not like the other gods. Not many people even know she still exists. But she's the goddess of travel and love and friendship. And she can go wherever she wants. And she kind of has this like knack for like always giving people what they need, not what they want.
Bowie. She is a goddess. She might have her own special way of transporting stuff that doesn't require the bag. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh. But we have
We
to
bet-
take the toys to her first. Or put them
Oh.
somewhere where she can get them.
If
Oh.
she's able to get anywhere, then why can't she come down here and get them?
She probably could. But
So what's the problem?
it doesn't always work that way.
Right, but like you didn't ask.
Not yet. No.
No, I'm not talking about your god. I mean, we came here with a job to do.
Sure.
And you just used this thing for not the thing we're here to do.
I wouldn't call used it. Maybe
Then we can still use it.
creatively repurposed.
It's the same thing, Bowie.
No, it's not.
Speaking as somebody who has repeatedly creatively repurposed a large number of objects, yes, it's the exact same thing. Let's not split hairs.
So,
I am all for delivering the toys. Let's put that on the table right now. But we also have another job to do, which will be made significantly easier with that magic fur bag.
As it stands, if the mountain cannot come to Scalene, Scalene must go to the mountain. How exactly did you intend on us getting these
What?
these toys to Salasana?
well, when I was at the shrine last time, I just kind of hung all those skins on her arms, and everything just disappeared.
So we're going back to the shrine?
No, I
Oh.
think if I just put it in a place that's special to her, she'll be able to get it.
You know where
Oh.
somewhere like that is?
That's close.
Yeah, actually. Well, will be.
Closer than upstairs?
Maybe not upstairs, but like pretty close.
Well, we have to pass upstairs to get there.
No. Well, you could. I mean, Bowie is not lying. You could, but it's kind of a long way.
I know. But,
Well- Let's go drop off the toys then with the bag. We'll come back, load it up with books.
I think it's going to be a one-way trip, though. So,
God
Bag
damn
back
it, Bowie.
back.
Wait,
No,
wait.
then she.
what I'm trying to tell you is,
That the bag is occupied. That's fine.
no, you can't have the bag.
I
In
don't
that
think
case,
all of
we
these
can have a
scrolls
couple
right
books.
here pertain directly to the canon. So maybe
but
I
you said
spend a
we'll
little
take other
time.
stuff.
Right, but primarily we need the blueprints. So I'll
That's
just take a
true.
little time right here. And there
what-
was a few more rooms that needed to be explored. Why don't you guys go through that?
You're not gonna wake up any more angry things, are you?
Well, Grask might as he rips the door off this fucking portal right here.
Did you make a strength roll already?
He's going to. He's gonna rage to do it too.
Okay.
25.
You rip the door off the handle. And what you see ahead of you...
Shortcut! Oh wait, that door's still closed, isn't it?
What's your perception, Grass?
Passive is
Yeah.
14.
Okay. You see that these walls have this interesting spiky pattern to it.
Does my 16 passive perception deduce anything further?
The spikes are tiny. They're maybe size of bolt tips.
Ah,
But it looks like a design. It looks like a pattern. It looks like it's made to look decorative.
Why didn't we use the keys? Do I have to keep suggesting the keys?
For the same reason we didn't talk about what the fuck we were doing with the bag. And he walks through,
Oh God. Okay.
holding the door on one side.
I will need a dexterity save.
He's
from you, Grass.
using the door as full cover. It's a metal door, right?
Oh
Ish?
yeah. Yeah. Give me. I guess you would have +5 to your dex save,
Okay.
and because you're a barbarian, and you can
have
see
advantage.
it coming, you have advantage.
Can you see it coming if he's
Using
blocking it with the door?
Yeah. Just bolts start slamming into the metal door as you walk in. Grass.
Tink, 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 tink. This is why do we talk about things.
I will need another dexterity save once you get to the next set of patterns.
And
I
he
think this
moves
is
it
why
over.
we look before we flying leap from the top. left.
17.
You're fine. You're fine. These
Alright,
some of
and then
them
the final
pierce.
set?
Some of them pierce through the door this time, but you are still okay. 18.
And a
Okay.
21.
Oh, 21,
'Cause
yes.
It's all at advantage.
You leap forward past the next one, and they all hit the wall on the opposite side before they can even hit the door. And you are at another metal door.
And I ditched the one I've got, and this one's going down too.
Pippin, are you taking your time investigating that room? Grask, you attempt to rip this door open, and you have a damned harder time doing it.
Got tired carrying that other one.
Yeah.
Kresk does not get tired. Kresk gets bored.
Hey, Pippin. Toss me the keys, and I'll mage hand out my mage hand, 30 feet. Just
I'll just drop them.
Okay. Pippin, if you're spending time investigating this room, I will need a investigation roll. If Long Pause is helping you, you can use whichever one is higher, and you have advantage. So.
Yeah, I'll help him
Uh-oh.
because I need to pick out what books I can carry.
Okay. Then, who has the higher investigation?
Probably me, but I don't read Gnomish.
Also true.
I have a +4.
I have a +8. And
Yeah,
I
but
read
you walked out. You didn't even go in the room. You mage hand the keys out. So then, if it's Pippin has to read the Gnomish, then
I mean, I can help him because I can find the books that look like they'd be more interesting and say, "What's this one about?" But
sure. Then you're giving him the help action, and I will need
Yeah.
a investigation roll with advantage, Pippin. 17 is good enough. You are looking through, and the books are not the only thing you start finding in here, Pippin. You're looking through, and you try to pull a book off a shelf on the western wall, and you hear a click.
I freeze and slowly turn to Long Pause. Did you hear that?
As you freeze
Yeah.
and turn towards Long Pause, the bookshelf on that wall starts to slowly pull away from the wall.
Oh.
excellent.
Hey! I haven't left this room. I'm still kind of standing where they're at, so.
What's in this one?
Ah, what's in that one? That's the best question, isn't it? Should I make you wait until next week, or should I tell you? I'll tell you. I'll be kind. You open the door, and you find the previous room had information on smithing and metallurgy and the basics of alchemy, blueprints for mundane items, blueprints for clockwork items. But you just found a room that has blueprints for various magical items and artifacts. It has recipes for many magical potions. It has the plans for how to make, well, many, many, many things that are far more than mundane or mechanical. You find a treasure trove.
We're taking these books, not those books. These ones. All of these ones.
And I think we'll land on that note for this evening. We can do our favorite moments, and we'll stop there for tonight. Let's start. Let's go in reverse order tonight. Chris, favorite Grask moment this evening?
The totally OOC but turned into icy slip up of revealing that he's got a kid. That's probably one of my favorites.
I really liked just having the whole conversation with the gnome, the mechanical gnome, about like potentially building a Grask Santa construct, because I am down for that.
Santa Grask.
Grask Claus.
Grask Claus. Saint Grask.
It's got a nice ring to it, just saying.
Patron saint of DDTs, cage matches, and
Toys for Tots.
Yep.
Others around the room, favorite Grask moments?
I loved the conversation with the rock gnome where it asked, do you think that your daughter would be on the nice list so that she'd get one of these toys? And Grask was just like, well, she kind of outgrew toys a while ago because I gave her a broadsword. She's more into that now.
It's funny that he gave his daughter a broad sword.
Oh,
God.
Shut up.
Another thing, just because it's
I'm dying.
It's
also the comment that if his daughter's on the naughty list, then the list is wrong, not that his kid is wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Such a parent thing to do.
Can I also give a Sentry moment I really loved? Was Sentry's sort of designation to Leopold of like, if it would make you feel useful, you can do what you like. And it's Leopold being like, I'm trying to be the one who's reassuring here, and you're turning it around on me.
Did not expect reverse psychology from a Warforged.
Yeah, Sentry referencing that a friend once told him. That moment was fantastic.
Yeah, that was fun. Ty, love you, bro. I'd have to say that another favorite Grask moment was getting mad at Bowie, because he does not get mad.
Grask doesn't get mad?
Well, no, because his rage isn't like anger rage.
Right, it's zealotous rage, right? It's the need for
It's like-
victory.
It's the thirst for victory.
Yeah, it's the passion for victory.
Exactly, the passion for sportsmanship, but getting upset because Bowie took this clearly helpful thing and did something Grask doesn't understand with it, made him angry.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why he then deliberately tore the door off and activated a bunch of traps to work out his frustrations on the building.
Gage, what was your favorite Aramil moment tonight?
Oh, right, reverse order. Oh, man. I think out of I think like the 3 conversations I had with Leo today, I think the one about asking if he can use sending to send a message to mom and dad was probably my favorite.
Yep.
It's really close tied to the discussion they had about like gods and morality, and does Thormodin care about this?
Yeah, that one was my favorite actually.
But yeah, for me, it's definitely the. Can you text my mom and dad? I forgot my phone at home. And
I love that it's this late into being a member of ARC where he's finally been like, yeah, mom and dad weren't like super happy that I did this, so I kind of just wrote a note and then went.
Yup.
And I want to check in that they're not worried about me.
Mm-hmm.
He's precisely waited for a very long time because he's like hoping that waiting has maybe cooled things off a little bit, and it probably hasn't. But you know,
Now it might be more relief and less, how dare ye?
Mhm.
That and directing Century. They're like, oh, if you're ever in Geneva, you can stop by my parents' place and they can maybe get you a new cape. It's just
Good plug.
It's nice to see like how much Aramel's parents are important to him, even though he is like away from them, and you find like interesting ways to bring that up.
Yep. The use of Weaver's tools in the whole in the whole fixing Sentry part, like the
That whole
the
sequence was
justification.
awesome.
Yeah, it was super awesome. Tig, favorite long pause moment.
Sorry, falling asleep.
Yeah, I could tell. That's why I tried to wrap this up for you.
It's fun to dig through people's pockets.
You thieving
know why.
thief who thieves.
It's not thieving.
That's fair.
That's unclaimed property.
Yes. By the way,
Like when you find money on the ground.
outside
Mr. Ramsey dropped it.
as an aside, there's like 1 billion users in chat, but Twitch seems to think we only have 11 viewers. If you're out there in chat, like hanging out, if you want to just pop in and say hello, so that we don't think we're alone out here, because it's being really weird. So yeah, just say hi and let us know that you're around. And if you have any favorite moments from the stream, please feel free to share them. We would like to share those with our players.
And somebody get me Charpies. I want Charpies.
Moment for long pause. At the very end, when we walked in that secret room, I like to imagine that Pippin and Long Pause can appreciate the amount of value in this room.
It's like the scene from Pulp Fiction where they just open up the case and it's the gold.
They're just like
Like human skull or whatever the fuck's in that case. Yeah, just glowing.
Nobody else has seen it, but we just see like the gold and then like them nodding. They're just like, oh, this must be good.
Hey, yeah, I know. Like, would that make that would make Pippin is he Julius or Vincent in that?
I don't know.
Vincent's Vincent's John Travolta's character,
Yes.
and Julius is Samuel L. Jackson's. So that would make long.
I think Long Pause would be Vincent, right? Because
Yeah.
no, Mish motherfucker, do you speak it?
Yeah, so she's Jules.
Oh my god. Oh. I didn't enjoy Long Pause rummaging through pockets. I enjoyed her contribution to Operation being like mapping out excuse me, mapping out all of the wiring to try and figure out how it interconnects and what not to do, and especially like the moment where like Grask decides to help her and the little conversation about colorblindness, like that was enjoyable.
Logistically, the thing I really loved about Longpaws going through all the pockets in the coat room was that like everybody else had gone on to the next room and were like poking around trying to figure out, like Aramil was picking out the lock so Pippin could try the key again and see if that opened, and like Grask was off exploring a different way. So it's just this nice moment you can almost picture of Longpaws having like nice and peace and quiet and just getting to systematically like take one coat, rummage through the pockets, put everything aside, go to the next one, just having a grand old time.
There was no people around. It was perfect.
Yes, it was excellent.
Only thing missing was a kitty.
David, your favorite Leopold moment tonight?
I think getting to have that conversation with Aramil about that idea of like, is Dominant a god that believes in right and wrong? And it's like, maybe, but like from Leopold's perspective, he's like a lawful neutral order cleric. It's like morality isn't really the way that he interprets his religion. It's just more that sense of like, there's a right way to do things and there's a wrong way to do things.
How do you stand our group? I'm pretty sure we did everything the wrong way.
And it's again, it's trying to get across that point of like, he's in some ways like kind of a square, but also when like Bowie was talking about hallucinogens, and I was just sat there going like, how would Leopold react? And then I'm like, well, he's part of like a mystic order that are dedicated to understanding the universe, so experimenting with mind-altering drugs is probably part of that.
I'm gonna go on a spirit journey.
It's happened in Oregon already.
Oh shit.
Yes.
Is this my fault? Like, is my connection like that was my first, or that was the first session with Joffrey, was that ayahuasca trip.
Yes, it was.
Yes. So am I the connection here? Am I the problem?
You're just.
Are we the baddies?
You just bring the drugs to Oregon. That's all.
No,
yeah.
no. The drugs exist because of Piper.
Oh yeah.
First episode of What Lies Ahead, literally one of the first things Piper is just like, okay, we need to go find mushrooms.
That's
so we can get high.
That is true.
That's how Bowie knows so much about mushrooms. Confirmed.
Legit. The reason Piper and Oscar hit it off is that when they first met, Oscar was like, yeah, we're bringing in the booze. And Piper was just like, oh, thank God you're here.
Yeah, I think my favorite
well, not God,
Leo...
because we didn't know about gods yet, but still, she was just like, yeah, give me the wine.
I think my favorite Leo moment was the bedside manner with Sentry.
Mm-hmm.
That was sweet.
That was awesome.
That was a lot of fun.
I'm gonna miss Sentry, man.
Sentry will be around Oregon, causing trouble.
Sentry gets to, yep.
By the way, Chris, we have the Hawkblade designed.
We do.
Oh, we do?
We do.
Yeah.
We do.
Hell yeah. Also, not to pat myself on the back, but so anybody that's seen the artwork for the redesigned Sentry that I had in mind will notice, like, if you guys remember, I went from 1 eye to 7 eyes, which was what I was alluding to with the whole broadening my perspective.
I picked up on that.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
I heard you chuckle, and I was like, yeah, he remembers.
I do.
Remembers what I
do. Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Yeah.
Can I also give like a moment for me that's not a character moment but a player moment? Getting to drop if Scalene cannot go to the mountain and just seeing Mark's instant face palm.
I don't know what that means, but
yeah, you'll need to understand the Ballad of Scalene.
Scalene is a lizard folk empress.
Right.
Who existed at one point in
I know
history, and we love her.
Queen.
I know who Scalene is. I don't know this euphemism about the mountain and
it's in real life it's Muhammad.
Yeah.
if
Never heard that one
the
before.
mountain
yet.
cannot come to Muhammad, Muhammad must go to the mountain.
I've never heard that one before. So
Interesting.
I think the meaning of it is pretty plain.
The
oh, it is. It's just I was confused.
favorite Leo moment is the difference. This is an out of game perspective. The difference between Leo and John could not be more different. It's like Realtar versus Preacher, right? Like,
Yeah. It just shows that, like, just like in real life, like, different priests of different faith, different priests of the same
faith
can have different understandings of how that translates into action and belief, right? Like, it is the it might be a difference of like sects of
Sure.
belief, but it could also just be a difference of like how you've experienced that spiritual journey per se. So,
Sure.
But it's interesting. And yes, Realtar and Preacher are incredibly different. But Preacher's faith is so tainted by the fact that he's from Grobert. It's
yeah,
ridiculous.
like, Preacher's really jaded on like everything. So
Yep.
like, and Realtar, I won't say it's idealistic, but sees the best in people,
He
right?
sees
Like
the best in people. He sees the light of Orad in all people.
He sees what somebody could become.
Yep.
Like in the positive way.
Yep.
Whereas Preacher sees what somebody could become in the other way.
Yeah.
See, Realtar could have picked up the staff that said he was pure of heart, and I would have been like, that makes sense. Whereas Preacher picked it up, and I'm like, oh, he really thinks that. Oh, that's not good.
Oh no.
See, we could talk about that at another time. Let's finish our favorite moments here.
That sounds like a Nights After Dark thing.
Yeah.
Bowie.
Pat, favorite Bowie moments.
It's not obvious. The one that had Mark doubling over and everybody else went, what the fuck are you talking about? My joke about gluing a king to a chair. If any of you guys know old D&D lore, that's what sovereign glue is for. Sovereign glue is used to glue a king to the chair, and universal solvent is used to remove it. So when I made a joke about gluing the king to the chair, everybody was just like, huh?
God damn it! It's so obvious now that you explain.
Correct. That's what sovereign glue was originally intended for. It was a joke item, and the only thing that can remove it is universal solvent.
Which is really funny because that's water chemically.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Other highlights, I don't know, deciding Celisana, telling you guys more about Celisana. Yeah, that's...
Yeah.
Bowie trying to say I want to go to the Feywild and then not have it sound like let's do drugs.
That was good.
That, and when you had the conversation with the Rock Gnome about like, oh hey, no, I have somebody in mind who's going to deliver it, I thought you meant Piper. And then when you said Celisana, I'm like, oh no, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
I kind of thought Piper at first too.
Nope.
Yeah. I was in the same boat of like, why does he want to go to the Feywild and ask Piper to deliver this shit? She might do it. She would not do a great job.
Nope. Bowie has... Well, like, think about it, right? Because, like, Santa Claus travels completely around the globe all in one night.
Yeah,
Goddess
I
of
get
travel.
it. No,
like,
I get it. It makes
it's
sense.
too perfect. It's too perfect. How could you say no?
I think my favorite Bowie moment was the considering trying to atone Bernard with the ceremony spell.
It can happen. We can
Could
still
happen.
make it happen, you guys.
Kind of want to make it happen.
We can make fetch happen.
Oscar his gift.
We can try.
Yeah, hopefully next week we'll be able to get Oscar his gift.
That was supposed to be this week, but
There's no supposed to
We got
in this
sidetracked.
game.
Yeah, you're in the wrong game for supposed to.
I actually expected you guys to try and get Oscar his gift once you were done here, not like, let's go take a break and go do this and then come back here. Like, but I mean, I'll go with the flow. Whatever you guys choose, I'll do. But I think there were members of the party, including the boss, who was like, we have a job to do. We should get that done first.
Yeah, but I'm always working on a little something else, like, you know.
Okay, but this is the party that Dot said, here are 3 contracts you can think about taking. You should probably go and interview these people. And everyone went, great, we just need to go bury Pippin's grandfather.
Oh, fuck, yeah. Oh, ooh. Yeah, that is how we handled it, yeah.
I don't know what you're talking
That was
about.
a prior commitment.
Like, Ark really does feel like the game, or a game. It's like, we're all employees at
We would be
a work.
so fucking fired at a real job so fast.
Yeah.
We wouldn't
we
even make it through like the employee mandatory training. We would just be fired.
Well, hey guys, if you guys don't make your franchise fees in time, like, there's gonna be problems.
We're paid up for a while.
Yeah. Once we get back, we'll be able
Made
to play
sure of that.
franchise fees for like 6 months.
Gage, favorite Pippin moment?
I think as Pippin, just overall, I tried a lot harder to like inject myself into different conversations. Which that was a lot more fun than like I was kind of scared of. But my favorite moment was kind of Pippin's morale going against morality going against Bowie's morality involving Bernard.
Yeah.
I like that whole conversation actually.
Yeah,
that was good.
that's what I meant. I could have just said that.
I'm
The
glad
whole
we
conversation.
switched it over to in-character dialogue rather than discussing the logistics of it out of character.
Mm-hmm.
I think my favorite Pippin moment was him still being able to find a way to be an alchemist in the surgery with Sentry.
Yes. Brilliant.
Well, he needed bubbles. He just needed bubbles in him. He needed to be a more bubbly character.
Oh, I can't wait to have Sentry have some deal with that. Like, there's a little bit
Yeah,
of bubbles in Sentry now.
Like, can the docent get like +1 language, and the language that he gets is just like
Bubbles.
Flex.
it's just wiggles. Like it's like when you
No, it's
wiggle
muscles.
your hips in a certain direction, like
No, it's muscles, because Bubbles is proficient in muscles, or knows muscles,
now
remember?
Sentry is...
Sentry is as well.
Yeah,
Sentry is definitely proficient in muscle.
Yeah, he might know how to read it, but I don't think he knows how to speak it. He doesn't have any muscles to flex.
Who?
Sentry?
Yeah.
It's the poses. The poses are
It's like
the
sign
language.
language. It's like sign language.
semaphore.
Like, yeah, you get it or you don't. Like,
It's way more fun if you make it actually require bulging muscles.
Sentry can
That-
make bulging muscles happen. He's...
that's a dialect.
So he just speaks it with a very monotone accent.
Yeah, like
then?
you know, like a super hairy chest.
Yeah,
If you
speaking
look
with a very
super hairy-
powerful.
If you like a super hairy chest, you get like a 1 peck twitch. Like that's a different dialect. Like,
Gotcha.
I really.
As an aside, I think, Mark, it would make sense if this docent, considering what just happened in the campaign, that it knows Gnomish at the very least.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
And he should permanently smell of peanut butter.
I do like that.
Yes.
I like that.
Yeah.
And he always smells like peanut butter.
There's
That's
a,
fine.
There's a faint whiff of peanut butter. You know what it should be is if when Sentry does something that like gets him super heated, and like you can smell like burning
smells like
peanut butter.
Bob's fresh baked peanut butter pie. Like,
Going back to a Pippin moment, I when Bowie like apologized to Pippin about like, you know, I didn't want to put you in the position where you feel like you're being compared to your grandfather again, and Pippin just being like really determined about like, you know, I want to prove that I can make it on my own, and Leopold tried to like say like, well, you know, you did prove that you can use bubbles as a warforged super glue essentially, and that's something that hasn't been done before, and that Pippin just sort of brightened for this moment, like, do you think I can make money off of that? Can I market it? That again, like everybody in Ark was drawn in by like to some degree, like this is something I can make money doing, and like not everybody like is as like financially focused, but it is just neat to see that about like that's one of Pippin's characteristics is that he does want to make a lot of money.
Pippin wants to be famous for his bubble potions. Like that's what he wants.
Charpy.
It'll happen, Pippin. It'll happen. I believe in him.
Make me a bubble Charpy.
I believe in Pippin and Bubbles.
It all starts with the Charpies.
It does. It starts with the Charpies.
Yeah, make me
And
the
then
Charpies, and
the
I will
world.
advertise for you, no problem.
Pippin D. Wundelberg. Charpies and potions extraordinaire. We need to get back to slacks. So I enjoyed playing Bernard. For the few moments that I did. I also enjoyed playing the Clock Gnomes. Those are my favorite moments as a DM tonight.
That whole skill challenge was fucking awesome.
Thanks.
Yeah, that was.
Was
I
it
love that you were
tense?
going to entertain the idea
A little bit.
of using atonement to try and unevil Bernard if he even is evil.
I'm interested in seeing, or I would be interested in seeing how you all handle that, and what the result would be. Like, I don't have a result thought through yet. It would depend on a lot of things, but the prospect of like trying something outside the box, I always love that stuff. That's one of the best parts of being a DM is being like, yeah, that sounds cool, let's try it. So yeah.
I thought that skill challenge ended about as perfectly as it could.
Yeah, you guys didn't get a single failure. You were all in on it. You guys like went all out to try and make sure that it was.
We had one failure.
Yeah, I can't kick good enough. I need lessons from Grass.
Okay, that's fair.
Grass elbow dropping Sentry into restarting was pretty funny.
Can you imagine if I, on that very first one, I was holding it over and just dropped it?
I mean, I had both mending and stone shape prepared, so we probably could have salvaged it.
I was going to make a joke about how we would have set off like a Rube Goldberg machine, but everything would have still just ended up okay. Like it would have bounced off the floor, hit a book, slid across the floor, hit like a shovel, ricocheted up in the air. Bowie would have caught it. It would have hit his horns. Grass could have like died for it. Jumped into Bowie. You know what I mean? Like
the whole room would be wrecked, but that would land perfectly inside Sentry and just activate.
Yes. You forget what game we're playing in.
Oh God.
I really do think, like what I was saying, like Ark is really. I feel like Ark isn't quite about the dungeon delves anymore.
It was never about the dungeon
It hasn't
delves.
been about the dungeon delves since like episode 2, maybe.
Yeah, it's never about the dungeon delves. It's all about the.
Cleaned your office.
Yeah. It's all about the characters and the interactions. Like the
Combat
dungeon
is
is
the least interesting part of this game. Like
Yeah.
straight up.
Yeah, the dungeon is just the backdrop for the characters being the characters, right? It's just the situations I put you in, and then I see what you do with them. And honestly, the dungeons tend to develop a character based on your interactions sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, like, who would have known that Wumbleberg's lair would have just been like the fucking Velvet Lounge by the time it was all said and done?
Or the fact that where we got sent to the Nilkiki had a lodge, we had no idea we were basically going to stumble into Santa's workshop.
I love how this is basically turned into Ark Saves Christmas. And we are ending, like, we're kind of, like, the finale is here. It's upon us. And Christmas is in 3 days. Bitches, we saved Christmas.
Next week, if you are able to deliver the gifts to whoever you expect to deliver the presents for you, that will be... You
Again,
will have
it is-
saved Christmas in Oregon.
It is such a Saturday morning cartoon thing to happen. This was the
I know.
Christmas special.
Like,
please let the episode name be "The Gang Saves Christmas."
It will be. It will be that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm excited for the crossover with
Piper
with
and
Dance
Oscar?
Macabre. No, with Dance Macabre, because that's gonna be like the Planeteers teaming up with Scooby Doo.
Oh, good God!
It's more like Supernatural teams up with Scooby Doo, but yes.
Yeah.
They already did that, and that was a really good episode.
You don't know how I describe John, do you?
I really
Well, no,
don't
we're more like the
dark
Super
romance.
Friends. We're more like the Super Friends meet Scooby Doo. And we're gonna catch Joker at the end. And then and then we gotta quickly get our meeting with the Harlem Globetrotters for
out of the way, you know, like
promotion.
Well, I had fun, guys.
I did too.
Just out of curiosity, are we the Looney Tunes?
Yep.
It's time for ARC on Tuesday nights.
Oh God! Oh
Nah,
God!
for Looney Tunes.
Well, I hope you all enjoyed this. I know I did.
Right. I
For
will
those of
fucking
you-
write an Animaniacs parody song.
For those of you out there, there's like 30 people. It says there's like 30 people in our chat, or 20 something people in our chat. But, you know, for those of you out here stuck around with us, thank you so much for watching the stream and being a part of this. Like I said, these adventures and streams that we present are brought to you by viewers like you. If you want to help us continue to do what we do here, please consider becoming a patron or subscribing and helping keep this stream alive.
The best speech for that I can think of. Do you think the content that we produce is worth $1? Seriously, like, do you think this content's worth $1? If you do, hit Mark up on Patreon. It's $1. It's not even a cup of coffee anymore.
Yeah.
It will go a long way to making this keep on keeping on.
Yeah, there is a link down below too, if that's something you're really interested in doing. All that being said, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. We'll see you next week, and I'll say the other part of that phrase then. But thanks for watching. See you all
later.
We are gonna raid, so hang out.
It's like I want Ark and Dance to meet, but I don't think they should